At last. Mind the step, darling. Oh. Oh. What a night. Woken up 3 times, and each time by a different man in a pig cap. Oh, darling, you've got to wake up. I can't keep on leaning you against walls. Darling, wake up. Kate. This is the beginning, you know that, don't you?
The beginning?
Yes, when we open that door.
What about the last fortnight?
Well, the honeymoon doesn't count.
George!
Oh, it was wonderful, darling. I mean, it was the best time I've ever had, but it isn't like being married.
It certainly wasn't much like being single.
Oh, no. It's sort of holiday, you know, before the hard work. So when we open that door...
Better not open it then. Let's stay on honeymoon.
We better start the hard work, really. Hope you don't expect me to carry you across the threshold.
No, you tried it in Paris, our first night.
Oh, yes, yes.
I've still got the bruise, look.
It's all right, darling, all right.
You lay where you fell, and I looked down at you there, sleeping on the floor, and do you know what I thought?
What?
I thought, I wondered if he's dreaming of me or Jackie.
Jackie, darling, give my past a chance to get in the past. Jackie, indeed. What a time to think of her.
There wasn't much else to do, darling.
Oh, no, don't go on about that, darling. I admit I've had too much champagne.
Well, no need to be so sensitive, George. Nobody's wedding night is perfect.
Kate.
Well, you ask anyone.
Darling, please, change the subject. No, Kate, change the subject, please.
No, I was thinking about the next morning. The chambermaid knocked on the door and you jumped out of my bed and sprinted across to yours. She could have seen we were married, darling. There was half a ton of confetti on the floor.
Yeah, I bet it was Miles who stuffed it in my case as well.
Do you remember trying to throw it out of the window?
Every pigeon in Paris came down to have a quick nosh.
Oh, hurry up, darling. I'm quite weak. I'll make you a lovely supper when we get in. George, the key wouldn't be in my case.
It had better be.
George, where's the key? You've lost it.
I'm sorry, darling.
Oh, George.
I can't understand it.
When did you last have it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I didn't need it in Paris, did I? I mightn't even have taken it with me at all, so it's not necessarily lost, darling. It might just be...
In there?
Yes.
Probably lying on our bed.
I'm sorry, darling. They always do it with a hairpin in books. Have you got one?
No, the nearest I've got to a hairpin is a plastic roller.
Good heavens. I don't think I've ever read about it being done with a plastic roller. Have you got a nail file?
Orange stick?
Well, have a go. It ain't be much good, though.
surprised if you didn't tell a policeman. George, what are we going to do?
Well, unless you happen to know any burglars. Well, my parents live a bit far out. Do you think your mother could put us up?
I'll ring Aberdeen and ask her, shall I?
She's away, isn't she? Well, nothing for it. We'll just have to take a cab down to Wimbledon.
It'll cost the air.
Can't be helped, darling. I'll give him a ring. There's a call box on the corner. Oh, darling.
How many pennies do you want?
No, darling, it's not pennies. The fare for the taxi to Wimbledon.
How much have you got?
2 and a penny and 20 francs.
Oh, splendid. Now all we have to do is find a French taxi.
Well, how much have you got?
9 pence.
9 pence. What am I thinking about? We can stay with Miles. Look, I tell you what, darling. I'll put the cases in that cupboard there in the hall for safety, and we'll both go away and ring Miles together. Serves him right anyway. He owes me something for stuffing all that blasted confetti in my case.
Oh, look. Would these be better than an orange stick?
What do you got there, darling?
Nail scissors.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have one more go for luck. Just a second. Right.
Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
Not unless you happen to use hairpins, old man. Oh, good evening, officer.
This your flat, sir?
Yes, we've lost the key.
I see.
Why, is something the matter?
The gentleman who left the other flat recently approached me and reported someone was trying to force a lock.
Did he? That's funny, darling. You said he
It's
might.
my duty to investigate.
Yeah, quite right, jolly good, officer. But it's all right, because it's our flat, you see. We just come back from Paris. If you could help us
Where's
get in...
your luggage, sir?
Luggage?
You say you've just returned from Paris. Where's your luggage?
Look, you don't really think... All right, I'll show you our luggage. Then perhaps you can go off and find somebody who's really breaking the law, can't you? It's in there.
In there, sir?
Yes, I just put it in there.
Just now, sir?
Yes.
I see. Can you prove you live here?
Of course I can prove I live here. I've got letters and passports. They're in there.
Perhaps you'll be known to your neighbours, sir.
No, we haven't met them yet.
Are you on the phone?
Yes.
Well, if you give me the number, I could go to the call box on the corner, dial it, come back and hear it ringing, couldn't I, sir? What is the number, sir?
The number?
Yes.
Can you remember, darling?
No.
We've only just moved in, you see. I mean, I know it's a Frobisher number. Good heavens, do we look like burglars?
We've had several cases round here of young people breaking into their friends' flats while they were away, throwing parties, creating extensive damage and nuisance. I think you'd better move on.
Move on, we live here.
Well, if the key's lost, as you say, you can't obtain entry, can you? My advice is to go along to the police station.
What? And go through another inquisition? No, thank
Come
you.
along, George.
Well, he's as good as call me a cracksman. I shall report you for slander.
Yes, that's all right, so you can do that at the police station, too.
George, let's phone Miles.
Trouble these people is to get ideas about that. Officious devil. Wouldn't have dared speak to me like that if he hadn't been wearing that uniform. He's younger than me, too, you know. Couldn't be more than about 15. Got 3 pennies, darling.
If you hadn't lost the key, this wouldn't have happened.
I know, darling. I'm so sorry.
All right, now ring Miles.
Fine start to the marriage, isn't it?
You said it didn't start till we opened the door.
No, that's right. I did, didn't I? I remember now. Oh, well, we won't count this bit, all right?
No, all right, we're still on honeymoon.
I bet he had a struggle with himself not to arrest us for indecency.
Hello?
Oh, hello. Oh, is that, is Miles there? So sorry to trouble you.
Who?
Miles Coldry.
Certainly not.
But that is Fulham 7901.
Yes, who's that?
Well, it doesn't matter if Miles isn't there.
George!
Yes. How did you... Oh. Hello, Jackie. No, darling, don't be silly. I've got to explain. Jackie, I'm terribly sorry. The numbers, I misread my diary. Yours are just above Miles.
You always were a rotten liar.
No, Jackie, honestly.
I know you want to come round. I suppose you've left Kate.
Sure, of course I haven't left her. She's standing right here. Look, Jackie, I'm sorry.
It's apology night, isn't it?
Yes, I'm sorry, darling. You see, I misread the...
Yes, it's all right, I understand.
Have you got any more pennies?
No.
Oh. I wonder what happened to that young copper. He must have had fourpence. He was going to ring our number, wasn't he? What am I thinking? We can stay at Walmsley's Hotel. Look, across the road. It's a bit dreary, but...
They advertise, do they? Bed and breakfast, 20 francs.
No. I go cash a cheque first thing in the morning. We'll be all right. I'll always leave you behind the security, can't I? Look, darling, I mean, let's pop across and see if they've got a room. It's a room for the night, darling. Just one night, and then tomorrow night... darling. Oh, it's a little on the dreary side. Well, I'll ring the bell. It's funny, putting up right opposite home. If we get a front room, we might be able to see our own bed. Oh, good evening. Have you a double...
Morning.
Oh, yes, indeed. Morning, yes. Sorry. Have you a double room? Look, I know it's a bit late, but...
Where's your luggage?
What? Well, we left it behind. In case you hadn't got a room, you see. Look, have you got a double room? That's all we want to know.
I'm sure you do. It may seem old-fashioned in this day and age, but Walmsley's is a respectable hotel.
So are we. We're married. Just come back from our honeymoon, haven't we, darling?
Well, I'm sorry there's no double rooms. Only 2 singles, one on the 3rd floor and one in the annex. That's the best I can do. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't suppose it matters much, does it, darling?
Well, it may not matter to you that your word's being doubted for the second time in 10 minutes, but it certainly matters to me, and I'm not going to show my marriage lines just to get a bed for the night.
Okay, darling. You wouldn't have change for a florin, would you? No, I thought you wouldn't. Honest. Extraordinary minds people have. I mean, if we'd been the sort of people he thought we were, well, I mean, the night's half gone, isn't it? I mean, it started earlier, wouldn't we? Yeah, I mean, if we'd been the sort of people he thought we were. Shall we try another place, darling? What do you think? They can't all have dirty old night porters. Shall we try the coffee stall, run? Get a coffee stall. We can get change there and have a hot drink. That's our trouble, you know, darling. We haven't eaten since Paris. Well, you feel a lot better, darling, when you've had a little snack, darling.
We'd have caught that bus if you hadn't had to go back for your bag. I wouldn't have minded if we'd had a ball, but we didn't.
All right.
We turn out for her birthday every year. I don't know what makes you think the old girl's going to leave us anything.
All right, Harold.
Still, she's your side of the family, so she's bound to be useless, isn't she?
Will you shut it, Harold?
Tea or coffee, darling? Coffee, perhaps. 2 coffees, please. Let's have a bite of something, shall we, darling? The only thing Miles ever has in his fridge are ice cubes. What would you like? Oh, thank you. Well, let's have a look at the old itinerary. Oh, it seems to be a choice between a cheese roll and a coconut whirl. Cheese? 2 cheese rolls, please. Oh, last time we ate out in the open air was on the left bank. You remember, darling?
I must have been balmy. You all said you and me a bit of kiss of death.
What do we have that night? Do you remember now? Oh, yes, we had artichokes, mussel soup, fillet steak. Oh, thank you. Cheese roll, darling.
And they were dead right, weren't they?
My friends warned me against you, you know.
Why the hell didn't you take their advice?
Sugar, darling?
You've been getting on my wick since the moment we left the registry office. You left your bag behind there.
All right. Don't you come down in the morning expecting breakfast to be ready on the table.
Slice of burnt bread and a pot of warm water.
Look, could I possibly have 4 pennies in the change, please?
It's not the big things that kill a marriage, you know.
Excuse me.
No, it's the little drip, drip that wears it all away.
Talking about little drips.
Look, could I have 4 pennies in the change, please?
What change?
What?
2 coffees, 2 rolls, 2 bob. That's what you give me, isn't it?
Oh, well, I won't have the roll then.
Oh, look, John, I don't let food out on apro.
Darling, what have you got? Oh, 6pence. Oh, thank you, darling. Could you possibly give me coppers for the phone?
I'm sorry.
I only want 6.
Sorry, 500,000 others tonight.
Little drip, drip. We'd have had the money for a cab if you hadn't bought those flowers for her birthday.
Excuse me, I want...
There'll be a day when I'll be glad to buy flowers for her.
You wouldn't have 6 pennies, would you?
Are you kidding? I'm married.
Hello, dear. Working late?
Well, perhaps your wife would... Oh,
Hello.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's all right, dear.
I thought that...
You're not the first strange man that's spoken to me.
No. I wondered if you could possibly change 6pence. I want a phone.
This time of night?
What?
Well, she's not going to be very pleased, is she, being woken up at this time of night?
No, I'm locked out, you see. I want to find somewhere to stay.
Really?
Have you got 6 pennies?
Oh, sorry, dear. I didn't know you were spoken for.
That's all right.
Sorry. I don't take many pennies.
Right, thanks.
I got 4.
That'll do.
Worth the extra 2pence to find a bed for the night, eh?
Yes, thanks.
Usually costs more than that.
Harold.
Right, got the money now, darling. Now we'll ring him. Won't be long now. Poor old Miles. Still, he deserves it. Oh, what a night. I'm absolutely worn out, darling. You must be too. Tell you one thing, nothing will keep me awake tonight.
Unless Miles happens to be out.
It doesn't matter if he is. We've got the money now. We'll just ring round till somebody does answer. I think you're right. Wait a minute, what's today? Thursday. Probably out in one of his famous bats. Oh, well, get the diary up. Find out what, we'll try David. David Mason. He'll do it. Now, what's his number? Get my money back. Say, darling, the money didn't come back. Well, I pressed it. Oh, darling, I pressed button A. I have my finger on the time, but it's... Well, I'm sorry, darling. I'm sorry, darling. The party. They'd lend us fourpence, wouldn't they? Might even let us use their phone. Hang on, darling. Hey, darling, you wouldn't like to come down here, would you? They sound a bit, you know, they're not going to be too bothered about somebody trying to borrow fourpence. The lady in distress might do the trick.
Can't you do anything yourself?
Oh, look. Hide your buttons. There's a bit of a shortage in there. Yeah. Who are you with?
Well, no, we want to find some pennies.
Oh, you want to spend a penny? You don't mind queuing?
No, pennies for the phone. We're locked out of our flat.
Oh, you and your neighbours? Oh, sure, come in.
No, it's very kind if we just want some pennies.
Darling, some new neighbours.
Hello. Have you brought a bottle?
No, they're locked out, darling. They want some pennies.
It's rather cute.
The phone. Look, I let you use ours, but you can't hear yourself thinking. Yeah, the noisy devils. Look, has anybody got 4 pennies?
I'll give you 10 bob if you can find me a drink.
Well, I'll slap some pennies, don't you worry. You have a quick top first. Darling, grab the secret supply.
Why do we really want to stay for a drink? We just want the 4 pennies and we can get out to small.
Oh, she'll be rather running.
Nobody ever thinks of looking.
Now, we'll stand here and shield you. If anybody saw you, you'd be trampled underfoot. Well, here's to number 27. It's a swinging old house. Well, drink up, old man. These people have got noses like gun dogs.
I must fix up somewhere to stay.
Oh, I'm a drunken idiot.
What? Well, you stay here.
Yes, if I can't last much longer without any fuel. That is, if you don't mind dusting down in the main room.
That's extremely kind of you.
Not at all. Welcome to the loneliness.
Well, it's mean the floor, I'm afraid. Ronnie's wife's back to sofa.
Yeah, that's right. She's been there all night.
Nana and Liz have got the armchair.
Oh, I see. Well, I think
What about the Indian rug in front of the fire?
No, Peggy was ill.
Hey, you might have said she's just back from a honeymoon.
What? Is this true, old man? Oh, good Lord. No wonder you didn't want to sleep on Victoria Station.
Look, is the ventilator in your kitchen window still broken?
Yes.
Well, didn't Mike?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Of course he did. Yes, that's right. He had your flat last. And, well, he locked himself out, so he came round to our place, swung himself out of our kitchen window onto the drain pipe, swung himself onto the sill, and put his hand through the ventilator.
Did he?
You got any drink, old man?
I think so.
I'll do it.
That's very kind of you, old man.
You know, old Ronnie had climbed Nelson's column at the Pigeons through a cocktail party. Well, shall we go and wait for him to open the gates of paradise? I'm Peter, by the way. The old girl's Nora, in case you're short of guests for your housewarming.
This is Kate, by the way.
Oh, nice to know.
I'm George.
Nice to know. Well, Ronnie shouldn't be long unless he's fallen down the area and broken his neck.
But I'll try and get the cases. Oh, by the way, you don't happen to know how to unlock this wretched cupboard, do you?
That's a fiendish lock. Only old Harry, who cleans the stairs, knows how to open that. Yes, well, not to worry. He'll be here early in the morning. It means getting up early to catch him. Of course, about 7.
7?
Oh, they're all empty.
Well, you had a bit of a stag party, George.
No, bottles everywhere.
I didn't have time to finish clearing up, Don.
Look at it.
I know. You see, I overslept. I nearly didn't get to the church.
Dead man. Ronnie, I have a feeling we're in a cemetery.
George, please get rid of all these people.
Are you sure you've got some drink, old man?
But my wife's a bit tired. I'll search for the bottles, and if I find...
I haven't had a...
Hey, there's another party.
Where are you on the ring, old man? It just got married, you see. Come on, everyone back to my place. Come on, Ronnie.
Thanks so much for getting in.
Oh, no, thank the demon alcohol. I couldn't have done it sober.
Well, don't forget, old man, 7 o'clock.
What?
Old Harry. Your cases.
Oh, yes, thanks. Darling? Well, we're in. Our own bed after all. It was jolly nice of that chap getting in, you know. He said he wouldn't have dared do it without a few drinks inside him. The other chap was nice too, Peter. Jolly nice neighbours, you know. We must ask them for a drink. Well, I'll set the alarm early so as I can get the cases. I won't wake you. I'll have it down on the floor. But I expect you're a bit peckish, darling. I'll see what the store cupboard holds, shall I? I'm sorry, darling.
Sorry, darling, that's all I've heard all night. Sorry, darling. Why can't you do something right for a change and then you wouldn't have to be sorry? It's a fine start, isn't it? Very impressive. Leave the key in Paris, haven't any money, phone the wrong number, let a porter insult you, let someone else open your own front door, leave the place like a pigsty. I'd sooner have slept in the street than let all those people see it like that.
Yes,
I know you're sorry, darling. Well, I'm beginning to be sorry too. Sorry for myself. And sorry I ever... Oh, you go and open the tin. I don't want anything. You'll probably burn it anyway. Sorry, darling. I had it all the time. I don't remember picking it up. I didn't think of looking in my pocket. I was so sure you were wrong. Oh, darling, I'm so sorry.
I thought that was the word we didn't use.
I love you, George. I didn't mean what I said.
I know.
I've been so horrible.
Oh, you have to have a row sometime.
Oh, don't be kind to me, George.
Please, stop crying. You'll start me off in a minute.
Forgive me, George.
Hmm?
What?
I thought you said something.
No, it was my tummy rumbling.
Oh, darling, I should think so. Look, come and sit down here, and I'll get you a quick snack. Cheese and biscuits, all right? We'll take you 2 minutes. You sit down and take it off. There's a great hunk of cheese left over from the party. I put it in the fridge. If you don't mind a bit on the chilly side, it won't take 2 seconds to... I must have switched the fridge off. I'm sorry, darling. Oh, it's me. I just thought I'd ring you. I was sitting here thinking about you, and I thought I'd just ring you. What are you doing? Washing up? Oh, darling, you're not. Oh, poor darling. It was a wonderful breakfast, darling. It was. I don't suppose many husbands go to work on egg, bacon, tomato. What are you going to do when you finish washing up? Oh, but you dusted yesterday. No, well, don't you ever do it, darling. I'd rather have a bit of dust around the place than you knocking yourself out. It's all right then, darling. I'll see you tonight. Hey, what should we do? But how about the pictures? Anything good on? Fine. All right, darling, I look forward to that. See you tonight, darling. Bye. Bye. Hello, Miles.
Morning, George. Marriage still holding together? What did he have for breakfast?
Well, I had...
No, don't tell me. Let me work it out. Let's see. It was scrambled yesterday, boiled on Wednesday, poached on Tuesday. Must have come round to fried. With a piece of bacon and a tomato, right?
All right, well, what did you have for breakfast?
Grapefruit kipper, toast and marmalade, and the grapefruit had a cherry in the middle.
Where?
3 and 6, cup in the corner.
Well, of course, if you think that's better than... If you think it's preferable to having breakfast in your own home with your own wife.
I had mine with somebody else's wife. Sonia, husbands on nights.
Charming. Is that what you came in to tell me?
Oh, no. How are you fixed for the night?
I'm fixing.
Oh, under orders, are you? I see.
Under orders. We're going to the pictures.
Pity. David's had a souped-up engine put in his car. We're all going out to the East End for a crawl. Hey, do you remember the band at the Ship and Anchor? You got up and sang a song.
It wasn't bad, was it?
You were a riot, mate. A riot you were.
Will you be going to the other place on the river?
Where that bird in the leather jacket takes your photograph. Yeah, Barnaby, that was a fabulous joint, wasn't it?
Well, it certainly was, yeah. You're all going, are you?
Yeah, all our crowd. We're all meeting up at the King's Head. Hey, why don't you and Kate drop in on your way to the pictures? We haven't seen you there for ages.
Yeah, well, I thought of it last night, as a matter of fact, but Kate wasn't too keen. She likes to watch television.
She likes... Do that.
What are you talking...
Yes, I thought so. I can hear your chains rattling. You've got to fly your flag early, mate. You'll suddenly find they've chopped down your mast.
I want to go to the picture.
Small screen last night, big screen tonight. Oh, well. I'll tell the boys.
You tell them what?
That marriage has turned you into a sort of prince of darkness. And we'll see you again when she lets you off the hook, eh?
Look, I told you I want to go to the picture. It's me again. What are you doing? Not still washing up. Oh, well, what time does it start? Well, look, before we go there, I thought we might nip into the... Yes, I suppose we could stroll across the park. It's a bit of a trek, isn't it? I thought we might have a quick pint at the King's Head. What do you mean, better not? What's one pint going to do to me? I wouldn't go crashing out if we sat on the aisle. And we could have a cold snack with our beer. You're cooking what? Oh. Oh, lovely, darling. Lovely. Yeah. Oh, I look forward to that very much. Well, I'll see you tonight then, yeah. Bye, darling. What? Oh, sorry, darling.
Like being together when you got married. Well then. Yes, of course we'd love to another night. It's just that tonight we've arranged to go to the... oh, yeah, tomorrow, lovely. Mum, I must go. Yes, I think my pie's done. Goodbye, all right.
Oh, God. What happened?
Oh, Mum rang and the pie caught a bit. It's all right.
Oh.
Where did you learn to kiss like that?
What?
Well, it's something I've done. All 3 weeks of marriage taking their inevitable toll.
Oh, sorry, darling. I'm a bit tired. I've had a rather tiring day.
Oh, have you, darling? I'm sorry.
Look. We can't eat that.
Yes, of course we can. I'll cut off the burnt bit. It's all right underneath. You know you like my pies.
But it isn't a pie if it hasn't got a top. It's a stew.
Well, there isn't time to do another crust.
Well, all right. Well, open the tin. We can have it tomorrow. You open the tin tonight, and tomorrow we can go to the King's Head tonight.
No, Mum's asked us round tomorrow.
What?
For dinner.
Well, you've accepted?
Yes, of course.
Well, I wasn't asked.
Yes, of course you were. You wouldn't ask me without you.
I mean, I wasn't consulted.
Well, I knew you weren't doing anything.
Well, I might have been. I might have fixed up something during the day.
Did you?
No.
Oh, good. Now, come along. The pie's getting cold.
I thought we were going to have a snack at the King's Head.
No, darling, we've got to have the pie tonight. We're going to Mum's tomorrow. We'll be having a roast on Sunday. It won't keep till Monday. Now, you're going to have a quick wash while I scrape the crust. The pictures start at 7:30, and if you want to walk across the park...
I'm not under orders, you know.
What?
Well, there are no chains rattling, you know.
George!
You're not chopping down my mast.
Where did you get these ridiculous expressions from, Miles?
Yes, no, but there you are. There you are. That proves it. You think of me as a puppet. You pull the strings and Miles does the voices.
Well, if only I knew what you wanted.
Well, I know what I want. I want to do what I want. It's as simple as that.
All right, what do you want?
What?
What do you want to do?
Well, look, nothing specific. I just don't want to be under orders. I want to be able to make the occasional decision.
Well, you did. You suggested the pictures. Well, didn't you? When you rang up to find out how far I got with the washing up. So I imagined you wanted to go. I'm sorry if that was stupid of me.
No, I'm sorry, darling.
So I went out and I bought a local paper,
Yes.
and I looked up a film,
Yes.
and I checked on the time.
Yes,
Well, you suggested it. I wasn't making the decision.
No, I'm sorry, darling. I just completely forgotten I suggested it, that's all. Oh, well, that's fine. What are we going to see?
Oh, I don't feel like it now.
What do you mean?
It's gone off it, that's all this fuss.
Darling, I said I'm sorry.
No, the pie's cold now. I'll have to heat it up again. That won't leave us time to walk across the park.
Look, it's only 6:30. There's no public transport.
Well, I was looking forward to the walk as much as the pictures.
Were you?
Yes. You used to like it too. We used to walk for hours, hand in hand. I suppose it's not the same when you're married.
Of course it is, darling. I think it's a lovely idea.
Do you?
Of course I do.
I didn't really want to go to the pictures.
Nor did I.
Honestly?
Well, of course I didn't if you didn't.
Oh, darling.
Is that more like it?
Who wants people? It's going to be just the two of us again like last night. Mum wanted us to go around tonight, but I said we still like being together. Well, that's right, isn't it, George? So don't take too long over washing our hands, darling, because I'll be missing you. George?
I'd just like to get something straight.
Oh, George, you're so funny tonight.
As the one who makes the decisions, I can do what I want, so please, darling, please, I just want to think for a moment. I suggested the pictures, right? But you didn't want to go, so we're not going.
I did want to
So
go.
you didn't really want to, your own words, and we're not going. So we're doing what you wanted.
Well, it's just the way things turned out.
Well, can I just try and put it this way? If I hadn't suggested the pictures, we'd have gone to your mother's. But I did suggest the pictures, so presumably I wanted to go. But we're not going to the pictures, which is what you wanted.
Darling!
Because I suggested the pictures, which I wanted, but you didn't. We're going to your mother's tomorrow, which you wanted, but I didn't.
Now listen.
We're not going to the King's Head, which I
The
wanted.
King's Head, you wanted to go to the pictures.
We're not going there either. But I'll tell you what we are doing, shall I? We're eating in, which I didn't want. We're walking across the park, which I didn't want. And we're going to your mother's tomorrow, which I not only didn't want, but I can't bear the thought of. Well, I'll be absolutely straight with you, Kate. We've only been married 3 weeks and you're not taking a swing at my mast. I refuse to be under orders. You've got to let me off the hook.
All right.
Where are you going?
Well, I'm certainly not staying here listening to someone talking a foreign language. So I'm going to the pictures, which I didn't want, but I wanted because you did want.
What about the pie?
It's a stew. But if you want a pie, and of course if you want it. The crust's done when the kitchen fills with smoke.
Wow, and about time too.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mark.
Where are the others? Outside?
No, he's packed it in.
What?
It's fallen through, the booze up.
Oh, I suppose David's car's broken down.
No, he's using it to take some girl back to his flat for supper.
Isn't that typical? So when do we go down to the East End tomorrow?
Oh, I doubt it. David says he's onto an easy wicket. Don't expect to see him for a week.
A week? Well, we're not waiting for him. What'll you have?
No, I'm on my way to see Monica.
Well, we can go down there by Tuesday.
Yes, but, well, the others backed up when they heard about David, so I rang Monica. I'm on my way down there now. I just called in to let you know. See you.
Tomorrow?
Depends on Monica. Half a bit of this. A bit quiet tonight, isn't it?
It's early, isn't it?
Oh, blimey, I'm expecting about 4 people and about 5 minutes ago.
Hello, Miranda, you gorgeous creature, you.
Oh, I'm most terribly sorry. It's Miss Frank.
Any idea when she'll be back? Oh. I say, don't I recognize your voice? Yes, I thought I recognized. Yes. This is Miles Country. Yes. I say, are you doing anything tonight? Oh, well, you're not washing your hair all night, are you? Oh. Oh, no, I was only going to suggest a beer, but you're probably pouring one over your head right now.
Hello, George.
Ah, there you are at last. Now, where's everybody?
Hmm?
The pub crawl round the East End.
Oh, yeah, well, you said you weren't interested, or I've rung you. David's car's broken down. We've called it off till tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think I'll be able to make that.
No, I don't suppose you will.
No, don't start all that over again. I'm here, aren't I? What are we doing instead? We whoop it up in Chelsea. What time are the others coming?
Oh, no, well, it was a bit of luck, actually. I wanted to see that bird again. You know, Sonia, husbands on nights. So it's my fault. I called it off till tomorrow.
Oh.
What'll you have?
Well, I'll have a pint.
2 halves, please. Well, it's a pity about tonight, isn't it? I mean, especially after you made the effort.
Well, it wasn't any effort.
No? Oh, I've always heard that the average little wife doesn't take too kindly to having our plans thwarted.
It wasn't her plan, it was my plan. I suggested the pictures, as a matter of fact. But when I got home, you know, I said, change my mind about the pictures, darling. I think I'll go meet the boys. And she said, you know, well, what she always said. She said, you do you do what you want, darling. If you want to eat now, or will you go first? Or what? You know what she cooked me? Only steak and kidney pie. The best I've ever tasted. You wouldn't believe it. Lovely brown crust, meat melting in the mouth, green peas, new potatoes.
Cheese sandwich, please.
I'll tell you one thing, Miles, right here now. I wouldn't swap this for the old life, not for a pension. What, sitting in here, nibbling at a dreary cheese sandwich that's curling around the edges? Look at it, look at it. It's nothing personal. Give me marriage every time.
Well, you still can't come tomorrow, can you?
I could if I wanted to. We happen to be going out.
Pictures again? Sitting in the dark with a drink on a stick, big deal.
As a matter of fact, we've been asked out to dinner.
Oh.
That's something that happens when you're married, you know. Yeah. It's a bit of a change from those bottle do's in the old days. Nothing to drink but cooking sherry. Everybody trying to get off with the only pretty girl there and ash all over the peanuts.
All right.
Tonight they'll be twisting my arm to have another Bloody Mary, mate. We'll be sitting down to the old turtle soup and chicken in aspic.
All right, I happen to be empty.
Oh, sorry, old man. Same again.
Yeah.
Half, please. Care for another cheese sandwich?
No.
No, they are rather on the filling side, aren't they? A little bit heavy. Look, you sure you've got time for a beer? But you'd rather have a short. You are a bit under orders, aren't you?
You can wait, and even if you can't, there's always somebody else. The world of birds is still my oyster, George, and I wouldn't swap that for a steak and kidney pie and 2 veg. Thank you very much.
Oh, wouldn't you? Well, thank you very much. Take your pick from what we've got here.
I've told you, George, I've got a date.
Yeah, but supposing you didn't.
I'll tell you, shall I, just in case your love nest ever crumbles.
Do, Miles, do.
Shut up the birds and a coffee bar.
Scruffy old beatniks.
Well, there's one thing about them, they'll never be late for a date because they've been washing their hair. Or the pictures. Quick shufty along the rows. Oh, there she is.
Look, if a bird's sitting by herself, she can't be much cop.
Don't you believe it, mate. She's probably got a boyfriend, been away for months, lonely as hell. Piece of cake. Or they're married and she's had a tip. Now, that's really like taking sweets from a baby. It's all psychological, you see, George, yes. They think that by getting off with somebody else, they're taking it out on their husbands. Oh, yes, when the old hand steals through the darkness, round the back, my fingers brush against her fingers, she doesn't pull her fingers away, wedding ring, falling off a log, mate. Falling off a log.
Yeah, well, look, I really must be going.
Sure you won't have another drink?
No, I'm a bit peckish. I think I'll pop home and have another slice of steak and kidney. I'll see you tomorrow.
Night?
Night? No, in the office. I told you we're going to her mother's.
Her mother's? Well, for Bloody Mary and chicken in aspic. Well, what time do you knock off, beautiful?
David, this isn't a coffee bar.
Oh, you shouldn't listen to other people's conversations.
And you shouldn't try and get off with other people's girlfriends. Hello, darling.
I said some dreadful things.
I didn't listen.
Oh, darling, don't be kind to me. I can't bear it. I'd sooner you gave me hell.
There's a phrase, isn't there? Forgiving and forgetting. Well, I've forgiven you, Edward. Now you forget.
You drove me to it, Harry. You could have told me to have an affair with Greg.
That's right. Go on. Square your conscience. But my conscience doesn't need squaring, Eleanor. It's perfectly clear.
Perfectly clear. After the way you've treated me, after the things you've said, or should I say the things you haven't said because you weren't around to say them?
If I had...
Night after night without even a phone call to tell me where you were, when you'd be back. A person can only stand so much worry. After that, the heart goes numb. Something seems to die. Right here, inside.
And hasn't something died in me too? You and Greg, my best friend.
Goodbye then, Tom.
I'm sorry, Ruthie.
It's not your fault, Tom. Don't be mine. I don't know nothing no more.
You look after yourself.
Yeah. You too.
Oh, I'll be all right. You know me. Ruthie, don't go.
I'll miss me train.
I love you, don't. I can't do without you.
Tom.
Don't leave me, Ruthie.
You don't have to hold me so tight, Tom. I didn't want to.
Well, it can't be much good. You're the second this evening who's walked out a quarter of an hour after they went in.
Oh, really?
Young lady before you. Funny. They call it a woman's picture, too.
What does she look like?
Who?
The young lady who left. Fairish, medium height?
Yes, she was wearing light mac with a tartan lining.
And she didn't stay long?
Same time as you.
Thanks very much.
You know her?
Well, let's say I know her better now.
David? It's Kate. Is George with you? No, I tried the pub and they said he'd been in with Miles and then left on his own. Have you got John's number? No, of course I'm not. Do I sound worried? No, I've been out and I thought, you know, if he was with you, I'd join you. Oh, were you? And the pub crawl was called off? Oh, well, I expect he'll be back soon. Thank you, David. Yes, we must have the fun. Goodbye.
Hello.
Hello, darling.
Enjoy the film?
Yes, it was very good.
Oh, good.
Oh, just tidying up.
Oh.
Did you have a good time?
Oh, yes. I went to the pub and met up with the boys. Nice to see them all again. Which film did you see?
They were all there, were they?
Yes. Oh, yes. It's quite like old times.
Must have been fun.
Been back long?
No.
Oh, that must have been a pretty harrowing film.
What?
A Friendly Affair. Must have been pretty harrowing if you needed a drink after it.
How did you know I saw A Friendly Affair?
What? Well, you said so.
No, I didn't.
No, I noticed it was showing when I drove past with the boys.
But you drove past 2 other cinemas as well.
Yes, I know I did. Yes, of course I did. But I mean, I guess that would be the one. It's what they call a woman's picture, isn't it?
Is it?
Yes. Cheers, darling.
George.
Yes, somebody?
I've got a confession. I hardly saw any of the picture. I left just after it started. I've been sitting here all evening dying for you to come home.
Have you, darling? Well, it's very sweet of you to tell me, but you didn't have to.
Oh, yes, I did, darling. Well, I mean, if we're not completely honest with each other now, what's it going to be like later on?
Oh, yes.
Never mind. You had a good time.
Yes.
Well, we ought to do it more often.
What?
Oh, going out separately like this.
Yes. Kate?
Yes, darling?
I've got a confession too.
Oh, darling, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to.
No, I want to. I want to. Do you know how I knew which picture you saw? I went to all 3 cinemas tonight looking for you. It cost me nearly 10 bob and I didn't see one film through. In the last one, the commissioner told me you'd left early.
Oh, darling, I do think you're wonderful to tell me.
No, I'm not wonderful, darling.
Oh, you are?
No, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
No, you're absolutely right. We must be honest with each other at all costs.
Yes, I know, darling. I didn't mean to make you feel awful about it.
Well, you didn't, darling. You didn't. I feel a lot better for it. I mean, to think you left the cinema early just because of me.
Oh, not just because of you, George.
What?
No, there was a horrible little man sitting next to me and he started sort of chatting, you know. So I left.
Oh!
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I shouldn't have told you that bit.
Oh, don't be silly,
Oh,
darling.
no, darling. I've depressed you and you've had such a rotten evening, everything falling through.
Oh, well, it didn't fall through.
Didn't it?
No, I just told the boys I didn't want to go.
Really?
Yes, I just said, you know, I'd rather be with you.
So they went off on the pub crawl without you?
Yes.
Gave it all up just for me?
That's right, darling. You're like a drop on.
George.
What's it, darling?
Come here.
What's it now, Kate?
I'm awfully glad you're such a rotten liar.
Morning, darling. It's a lovely day. I hope it lasts. George? George! Darling, what are you doing?
Morning, darling.
What are you doing?
Well, nothing, darling. I've just woken up.
What are you lying on there?
Oh, suitcases. Morning, darling.
Why?
Darling, don't fire questions at me. I've only just surfaced.
Just surfaced out of a pile of suitcases?
Yes, and I couldn't sleep.
I'm not surprised.
No, I slept all right on the suitcases, darling. I couldn't sleep before that. Oh, looks like a dead.
Why couldn't you sleep?
Well, the bed's a bit small.
Well, it's the same size as last night.
Don't worry, darling. You can't help moving about.
Moving?
Yes, in your sleep, you move about.
Well, I expect you do, too.
No, darling, never. I never have stayed on the suitcases, you see. Very dicey. It would have been crash bang like the other night.
The other night?
Yes, much more comfortable here.
Well, how did you sleep the other nights?
Oh, it doesn't matter, darling.
Yes, it does. I want to know about this crash bang. How did you sleep before you erected your left luggage office?
It's a bit silly, but if you really want to know, a bit like this.
George, don't be ridiculous.
It's true, darling. Absolutely true. There's not much option after you've changed your position.
To where?
Well, approximately here. I did think of getting out and getting in your side.
Why did you wake me?
Oh, no, darling, you were snoring away so peacefully.
George, I don't snore.
Well, no, darling, no, of course, no, you don't snore, no, it's more a sort of series of little grunts.
You're making all this up.
Honestly, darling.
You're not helping matters by taking it all so bravely. If I wake up tomorrow and find you with your head on those suitcases...
Oh, darling, it's better than this.
Well, you don't have to do either. If I move again, you just wake up, wake me up and tell me.
No, darling.
Well, it's just as likely to wake me stomping around the room collecting suitcases.
I didn't last night. Oh.
This has been going on since the beginning, has it?
What, darling?
All these other nights you mentioned.
Darling, I'm not criticising.
Not criticising when you've accused me of rolling and snoring all night. How long has it been going on?
Kate.
Did you spend our first night hanging out on the floor?
Well, of course I didn't.
Well, then, how was it I didn't move that night?
Well, darling, you did, actually. So, I slept here, you see, in the sort of trough. It's very comfortable, yes, rather like a hammock. But unfortunately, you pulled all the bedclothes over on your side, and I sort of fell out. Oh.
If that's Miles, you better ask him if he's got a spare bed.
Oh, why does everybody ring so early in the morning? I never know. Hello. Oh, hello, Dad. Yes. No, of course I haven't forgotten. You what? What? Taking the what up again? Oh, the road? No, that's just Kate getting breakfast. Yes. Touch my yes. Yes, all right, Dad, yes. Yes, shan't forget. See you then. Look forward to it. Lovely. Right, lovely. Bye. That was Dad. He's giving me lunch today.
Presume you told him I don't give you any breakfast.
No, I told him we were getting breakfast. He asked what the noise was. Saves the luncheon voucher, darling, anyway.
You helped me to choose it?
What, darling?
The bed. You didn't say anything in the shop, did you?
Well, we didn't get into it in the shop.
Well, I should hope not. It was embarrassing enough with you sitting on it and bouncing.
I wouldn't mention it. I thought it was going to upset you. I wouldn't
We could easily have had a bigger one. The rest of the world sleeps on a 4'6", but if you wanted a bigger one, you only had to say so.
I did.
What?
Well, just, I'm sorry, darling, but you remember I did say at the time, perhaps a fraction wider.
You did not.
Honestly, darling, do you remember? And you said, what would the salesman think? Two people getting married couldn't wait to put half a mile between them.
Surprised you didn't want single beds.
Some couples have them, you know, darling.
Do they?
Oh, yes, I believe they're becoming quite the thing.
Are they?
Yes, not half. I was reading about it the other day. Now, where was it? What's it matter? We've bought our bed, we must lie in it, eh?
Or half out of it?
Yes. Darling? Darling. Kate, the eggs are done. Darling, the eggs. The eggs, darling. Darling, I've got a greasy foot. Darling, Thank you, darling.
Good morning, sir. Ah, am I right in saying that you purchased a double bed from us recently, sir?
Yes.
No complaints, I hope?
Well, no, not exactly. It's just
Well, we have the king-sized bed, a very popular line. 5 feet wide as opposed to the normal 4'6". Those extra inches make all the difference.
What's that for? People who hate each other? You show me one that's 6 inches less and you got yourself a deal.
Well, sir, and what can I show you?
Oh, nothing, thanks. I'm just looking round.
Yeah, that's more like it. Could I have it in part exchange for my hot water bottle?
Good day.
Hello, Kate.
Nora, I wonder if I could borrow a little washing powder.
Of course.
I've got the wash on. I don't want to go down to the shop.
No, come in.
I'll let you have it back.
Oh, don't be silly, dear. I never feel I'm paying for soap flakes these days. There's always 5 pence off, isn't there? Or 3 plastic daffodils strapped onto the packet. Hang on. I'm so glad you and George were able to come in the other night. You seem to entertain so seldom nowadays. Peter drank too much, of course, and had a blazing row afterwards. Then he said he'd be all sympathetic about a headache in the morning. I'm envious. Here you are. Oh, you're a bookworm, aren't you? You had your nose stuck into one the other night. Well, doesn't George mind? Peter says we're incompatible if I merely happen to glance at the stock press. Hey!
We're incompatible.
Oh, my dear.
I'm sorry, Nora. I didn't really want any washing powder. It was just that I read this book here the other night and I wanted to see it again.
Marital psychology. Okay, really. This is as bad as reading a medical book when you think there's something wrong with your marriage instead of your tummy. The only time Peter ever took it out of the bookcase, he threw it at me.
We just had our worst quarrel ever. He left without having his breakfast.
Kate, dear, everybody quarrels in the early days.
Did Peter ever leave without having his breakfast?
No, but Peter's a pig.
We've only been married a month, and I think we've had 3 quarrels a week.
Enjoy them while you can, dear. They don't come nearly so often later on. You wait and see. It gets terribly quiet in the evening.
I'm sorry, Nora. It was just reading that chapter the other night.
It's like those toothpaste ads. Other people have halitosis, never us. Yes. If we happen to lose all our friends, it's just because they weren't worth knowing in the first place.
Yes, that's right.
What about the soap powder?
No, thanks, really.
Save the top, and you're a tenth of the way towards getting a 31-shilling carving knife for only 29 6.
You won't believe it, but when I rang the bell, I was sure our marriage was over simply because George had gone off the bed. What's the matter?
What do you mean, dear? Gone off the bed.
Well, he said... Why?
What did he say?
Well, it wasn't so much what he said as what he did. Why, Nora, does it mean something?
Well, I don't know what he did, dear, do I?
But you said the book didn't apply to us.
Of course it doesn't.
Well, he just said he couldn't sleep. Nora, you said it didn't apply.
Which chapter was it?
Nora, what does it matter?
Warning signals?
Yes, when they start saying the bed's too small.
Alternatively suggest the purchase of single beds. Did he suggest? And what did he do?
What?
You said it wasn't what he said.
Oh, yes, well, he was sleeping on a pile of suitcases. No, it's not down there. But everything else is, even about him not rowing. When they mean it, they don't row. They're calm and quiet and reasonable, and that exactly describes George on the suitcases.
Oh, but you can't believe everything you read.
But you believe it, don't you, Nora?
Of course not. I mean, half these psychiatrists need their heads examined.
No, they're right. The bed's symbolical. It's a warning signal. His love's beginning to die.
Well, George, I always said you could come to your old dad when you're in trouble, didn't I? I want you to know I very much appreciate the fact that you've confided in me.
Dad, I didn't confide in you. You asked me why I was eating so much, and I said that I hadn't had any breakfast because Kate and I had a flaming row.
And you weren't afraid to tell your old dad, huh?
Brandy, I'll lick yours, eh?
Oh, George. Go on, son. Won't tell your mother. Two brandies.
Thanks, sir.
Well, now, speaking as one who's been married a little longer than you have, disagreements are part and parcel of married life. Your mother and I have had some absolute blazers in the early days. Thing to do is to let them have their say, get it out of their system. Standing up to them doesn't make you any more of a man, and it makes them more of a woman.
I didn't stand up to her. I was too tired.
Tired? Oh, well, that's a good sign. Well,
it's a sign that I spent the night in a suitcase.
On a what?
On a suitcase. Anyway, that's beside the point. The point is I haven't been sleeping well, and I didn't have the strength to argue with her. I mean, I don't mind in the normal way. We're going at it hammer and tongs.
Oh, it's rather fun making up afterwards. Well,
This morning, I just didn't have the strength to answer back. She still kept on going without any fuel.
Oh, really?
I mean, I didn't start it, I didn't join it, and I didn't finish it.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's a bit different. Yes, may not mean anything, but,
But what?
Yeah, well, George, this is hardly the time to start giving you the facts of life.
Well, it's a little late, isn't it? You should have taken me aside before they threw the confetti.
Threw the what? Oh, the confetti? Yeah, that's very good. Yeah, I've used that sometime. Now, where was I?
Well, roughly the facts of life.
Oh, yes. Well, George, I imagine you'll want a family one day.
What's that got to do with it?
Oh, don't be afraid to discuss it with her.
Oh, we've mentioned it before we were married. I said I didn't want to know for a few years.
Did you? Did you?
Well, I don't.
Now, what did she say?
Good heavens, I can't remember that. I was trying to get the engagement ring on her finger. It was hardly the moment for a biological chat.
No, you did say you didn't want to know for a few years. George, the primary instinct of every normal woman is motherhood. And when they begin to go and get broody...
Broody?
I see sorry gone down the drain again. You got trouble with green fly? No, you got a window box. Chap next door got thrips. 100 legs, not going anywhere.
What do you mean, broody?
Well, like Kate this morning, difficult for no reason, rowing without a challenger, especially before breakfast. In some, the breeding urge comes earlier than in others. Your mother and I knew 4 years of perfect harmony before our little bundle arrived.
You're talking to that little bundle.
Hmm? Oh, yes. God bless her.
Anyway, I mean, she's never mentioned children.
Oh, no, strange creatures.
Well, neither did I. Nothing was further from my mind than little bundles.
Ah, your mind. Men speak their minds, but women, strange creatures.
We can't afford children.
No, 2 can live as cheaply as 3, or whatever the saying is.
But just because you got stuck with it, don't wish it on me, please.
Greatest blessing, George, greatest blessing.
But I don't want to be blessed, thanks very much, not this year or next.
Yeah. Did she say anything at all that would logically fit my line of reasoning?
She's never said anything logical, never mind this morning.
And you didn't say anything to her?
But nothing anger, certainly not. Just a string of cosseting phrases.
Yeah, but you had a bad night. Did you hint about sleeping in the next room?
Good heavens, no. The sofa's got a list.
All right, let's get that fixed. For single beds.
No? Oh, yes.
You mentioned single beds?
Well, only in passing.
Yeah.
But what's that supposed to mean?
And she didn't take that too kindly?
Oh, no, but... Jack! For heaven's sake, Jack!
She thinks you're trying to evade your responsibilities. She's testing you out, you see, seeing whether your feelings have changed since your engagement. And when you immediately leap into a discussion about single beds...
We didn't discuss it. I was lucky to get a word in edgeways.
Strange creatures. Flutter words never actually say what they mean. Well, you've got nothing to worry about. Your marriage isn't on the rocks. She just wants a family. Isn't that a relief?
A relief? It's the worst news I've had since my call-up.
Oh, come. You wouldn't be the first husband to think like that about children. Grow to love them, George. Grow to love them.
Yeah, they just grow. That ever-open mouth screaming and burping all over the shop.
Yes, well, perhaps we're rushing our fences a bit. Perhaps she just wants to talk about it and she's afraid of what you might say. Yeah, reassurance, that's what she wants. That and a little bit of, reassurance. Well, you won't go without your breakfast again, don't you worry. Mind you, this is only my opinion. We couldn't go rushing off to the psychiatrist in my young day. Practically the only one around was that Freud fella, and he'd work out a bit expensive. I expect that's why your mother and I never developed what I believe they call the age complex. So, George, I want you to know that we're very much looking forward to having grandchildren.
Well, I'm jolly glad you're looking forward to it.
Well, what's the matter, George?
I've had a bucketful of the facts of life. I'm off.
Oh, well, just steer the conversation round to it.
Yes, right. Oh, thanks for the lunch.
Oh, anytime, anytime. Oh, and George?
Yeah?
Don't forget to ask your dad.
No.
Your bill, sir?
Jeffrey? No, I got another brandy.
Oh, yes, sir.
Maybe a trifle premature, but, have a cigar.
Don't woo him back with a banquet like that. He's not worth hanging on to.
Nora, please don't even joke about it.
My dear, I keep telling you, you're taking it all far too seriously. Marriages have been known to survive, you know, even in single beds.
Well, mine wouldn't. I promise you. It'd be the first step towards the end.
Yes, and it won't come to that. He probably just feels you haven't been considering him enough lately, something like that. Men are strange creatures. They talk and talk, 19 to the dozen, never come out with what's actually on their mind.
Do you think a bigger bed would help?
Katie, honestly, I don't know.
Well, we got our bed here. They might exchange it.
You can but try.
Good afternoon, ladies. Ah, madam, your husband decided on something then?
My husband?
Yes, he was in here this morning.
What for?
Oh, I'm sorry. Perhaps it was supposed to be a surprise.
Did he buy something?
No, he said he was just looking. He browsed among those beds there, and then he went out. Were you thinking of a spare bed for the single room, perhaps? We have a nice line in...
Thank
Darling? Kate? Where are you, darling?
Now, the moment he comes home, you jump in and start charming him.
Shall I tell him I know he went to the shop?
No, he'll tell you if he wants to, but don't give him a chance. Let him see he's got the perfect wife.
Well, supposing he suddenly said he wanted to leave me?
To be silly, dear. Good luck.
Thank you, Nora. Oh, I've still got your book in there.
Keep it, throw it away. I'm married to a lovely man. I want to find out he's really a drunken brute with his eye on my post office savings.
Oh, hello, darling. I'm sorry to be late, only I suddenly decided that I'd get you something really special for supper tonight. You deserve it, working so hard all day. Well, now, what about this? Chicken, broccoli, it's terribly expensive, but I'm so tired of cabbage and beans, new potatoes, and look.
What's that?
Kangaroo tail soup. And it's not out of housekeeping, darling. Honestly, I still haven't spent all the money Auntie Phoebe sent for my birthday, and I've still got enough left for a bottle of wine. But I'm going to let you choose that. I mean, it'll be better than going out, won't it? I mean, we can eat while we watch television, and we don't have to worry about how much to tip, and we can get to bed nice and early if we want to. Well, I mean, we don't have to go to bed early. It's up to you. Flowers! Oh, darling, you are kind to me. They won't be really out for a day or two, but you can see the buds, and by the weekend there'll be a mass of petals. Isn't nature wonderful?
Kate, I've one or two things to say to you.
Now, the chicken won't be ready for an hour, so what would you like to do? Shall we go to the King's Head and see the boys? You haven't been round there lately, have you? That's because you've been thinking of me, darling, but you mustn't. I don't mind. We'll go round there, and you have as many beers as you like.
Kate.
Oh, we have mustn't be. I haven't, or will it be flat?
You don't have to keep on talking, and you don't have to do things for me. It's quite pointless now.
Well, I'll pour a little and then you taste it.
Kate, I want a little talk with you.
Yes, darling, we'll have a little talk later.
I've been thinking things over.
No, it's not flat. It's got quite a head on it. Look.
Will you allow me to get a word in edgeways? I want to discuss it.
I won't argue any more, George. I promise I won't, and I won't stop you enjoying yourself. It's just that I'd rather not share you with a lot of other people, but if you want to go...
Darling, I want children too.
And if ever you think I'm being unfair... What did you say?
I want children too. I didn't want them for a year or two, but if it means so much to you...
Children?
Babies. Darling, why didn't you tell me you were feeling broody?
Broody?
I've been thinking about it all afternoon, and I had a good look at all the babies I saw, and some of them looked quite reasonable, so I thought, well, we'll manage somehow. Let's get cracking.
But I never said anything about babies.
I know, but you were a bit odd this morning.
Well, I thought you decided,
What?
What?
What did you think I decided?
Oh, nothing. I've forgotten. Why did you think I wanted babies?
Well, you do, don't you?
Well, yes, one day. Not yet.
Not yet?
No. Well, unless you want them.
No. No. I'm absolutely fine as I am. All the ones I saw today were quite hideous. What did you think I decided?
Oh, well, just that you wanted a bigger bed.
Oh. I suppose you got that out of that Marital, what's it?
Oh, good Lord, no. Nora gave it to me. I didn't want it, but she insisted.
Oh.
Yes. Why, do you want to read it?
No. I'll take James Bond any day. I'll stand you the wine.
Well, we'll put this towards a king-size bed, shall we?
Yes. Well, I'll pop across to the off-license now.
Don't you want to go to the King's Head?
No, I'd rather stay with you. You get the chicken on.
It'll only take an hour.
Oh, good, then we can have an early night. Well, I shan't be long.
Off, George. I know you're busy.
Well, it's all a rush on, darling, but I'll cope somehow.
Sorry to ring you at the office, but Mum wouldn't have rung all the way from Luton if Gran wasn't really ill.
Of course not, darling.
They were all right, were they? About letting you off?
It's not a question of letting me off, darling. I'm not the office boy.
Oh, sorry, darling.
I simply had to find somebody to whom I could temporarily delegate my authority.
Yes, of course. Well, I don't know how long I'm going to be away, George, but I've left lots of food.
Darling, I'm not going to start eating like a pig just because you haven't got a Luton, you know. I'll put your case in.
You don't have to do any cooking. It's all in tins and packets. George, just open them and empty them into a saucepan and heat them up. Not too high a gas or they'll catch. And remember to turn the gas off afterwards.
Kate, I'm not an idiot.
Yes, you are, darling. That's why I love you.
Better get in, darling. You're nearly off.
Don't you stay, George.
Oh, nonsense.
You go, George.
Darling, I've come to see you off.
Making sure I go.
Yes.
I'll ring you tonight.
Right.
About 7.
7, right.
Let you know I got there, all right?
Right.
Because you can't ring me.
No.
Granny's not on the phone.
So you'll ring.
At 7.
Right.
It's the first time, you know.
What?
We've been parted.
Is it?
Since we were married.
Oh. Well, it's not far, darling. It's at Luton. I mean, it's not like going away.
Isn't it?
No.
What will you do?
What?
Tonight.
Oh, I don't know, darling.
You'll stay in, will you?
Well, I suppose so, darling, unless they ring up from Buckingham Palace and ask me round because they've got 13 to dinner.
It means nothing to you, does it?
What?
Well, all I can think of is how soon I can get back, and you can't wait for me to go.
But, darling, I just said it's not like going away.
Yes, I know you did. That's how Mum said you'd feel when I told her I'd have to see how you felt about me going. She said not to worry, you'd be like a schoolboy with an extra half holiday.
Oh.
She said it'd be an evening with the boys, and I'd be lucky if it wasn't with the girls, too.
Well, how ridiculous.
Is it?
Of course, I never heard such nonsense in my life, honestly. I expect your mother was just trying to reassure you.
How?
Well, so you wouldn't be miserable about me being miserable.
Will you be miserable, George?
No. Well, yes. Oh, bye, darling.
Bye, darling.
darling.
I'll ring you at 7.
Right.
And promise me you'll eat.
Right, I will.
Always turn the gas off.
Yes, right, darling. Bye, dear darling. Bye. See you soon. Bye. It's another minute.
So what will you do?
When?
Tonight.
Darling, I don't know.
Don't go getting drunk. You won't see that girl, will you?
What girl?
The one you said likes married men.
Darling, really?
You said she fancied you.
I said she'd fancy anyone. Look, darling, I'll probably get a bottle of beer from the off-licence, go home, wait for your call. When he comes through, I'll open your tins and go to bed.
Oh, not on top of the meal, darling.
Can't you get food off your... Oh, this is you, darling. Right, darling. Hope your granny's better.
I'll ring you at 7.
Right, darling.
Oh, darling, I've left lipstick on you.
Don't worry, I'll clear it up. Bye-bye. Bye, darling.
Darling.
Bye.
You enjoy yourself, darling. Don't you worry about me.
Well, George, how does it feel to be free, eh?
Don't be an idiot, Miles.
Well, not exactly free, perhaps. Transferred to an open prison.
By the way, did Dixon kick up a fuss?
Oh, about your sneaking off? Oh, yes. Don't flatter yourself, mate. He's been in there twice and didn't even notice you'd gone. Your girlfriend did, though. Especially when I told her why.
Well, who's my girlfriend?
Cherry.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Miles.
She's after you, you know.
Look, you, Miles, I've got one or two things to attend to.
And when I told her that you'd be glad of her company tonight, she came over quite wriggly.
Miles, if you think for one moment I'd be seen round with a duty bag...
Oh, don't call it that, George, just because you want to brighten your lonely evening.
It's not going to be lonely. Kate's ringing at 7, and I thought, well, we all might meet up and have a quick drink at the King's Head.
You, me and Cherry, eh?
You, me and the boys.
George, you're on parole. You can have the best of both worlds, all three if you play your cards right.
Look, Miles, I intend to enjoy myself in my own way. I've already decided on one thing I'm going to do.
What's that then?
Treat myself to some fish and chips. The shop by the station. Kate won't allow them in the flat. She says she can do them cheaper on her own, but they're never the same, are they? The homemade. The shop ones are sort of saltier and sort of soggier, you know what I mean?
What other Babylons have you got lined up?
What?
The slave has been given his freedom, and the acme of his desires is 6 pennyworth of fried potatoes. Soggy ones.
Morning, Mr. Sterling.
Oh, morning, Sherry.
Could I borrow your stapler?
My what?
Your stapler.
Oh, yes, of course.
Was ever so sorry to hear about your granny.
Yes, well, it's my wife's granny.
Oh, but your wife has had to go off, hasn't she?
Yes.
And Mr. Caudry suggests...
My dear, the cat's away, but I'm afraid the mouse is remarkably reluctant to play. Tonight's orgy is strictly limited to the Bacchanalian revels at the fish and chip shop on the King's Head.
Oh, really? Well, that's a pity, because I had nothing on tonight.
There you are, George. Tonight she'll have nothing on.
Yes. Thank you very much, Cherry, but I'll be perfectly all right.
Oh, good. It's only that Mr. Caudry told me.
Yes, well, Mr. Caudry was just trying to help, you see. Selfless as always. Thank you too, Miles.
Any time, George, any time.
Well, if you change your mind, I live in your area. Fulham 7901.
I'll remember.
Good. See you then, I hope.
Can you have the windows open, George? It's a bit close in here, isn't it?
It's not funny, you know, Miles. That girl's got a kink. Boasting all the time about her married conquest. Well, I'm not interested in adding to her collection. Now, what have you got? Fulham 79... Miles, really?
Well, have a bachelor ball if that's what you want. 7 o'clock?
Oh, no, catering at 7. Better make it 7:30.
Right.
Will the others be there?
I shall organise it personally.
Will you?
Well, it's an occasion, isn't it? The return of the prodigal, even if it is only temporary. Hey, how about a pub crawl? David will have his car.
Will he? Well,
Anywhere you fancy?
I don't mind.
Oh, come on, you'll be the guest of honour.
Hammersmith!
Down by the river? Good idea. We haven't beaten out the towpath for ages. 7 o'clock at the King's Head. 7:30 at the King's Head.
Right.
Oh, and, don't eat too many chips, huh?
Your stapler.
Oh, thanks, Mark.
Rock salmon and chips.
No rock salmon, dear.
Aye?
Cod, haddock, or plate?
No rock salmon?
No.
Oh. Well, when will it be on?
No more tonight, dear.
No more tonight?
No, dear.
Oh. What else have you got?
Cod, haddock, or plate?
Cod, haddock, or place. How much is the place?
1 and 4, dear.
Are they big pieces?
Well, usual size, madam.
Well, could I see them? Oh, they're not cooked.
No, dear, we only do place to order.
Oh, that'd mean I'd have to wait, wouldn't I?
That's right, dear.
Mm. Well, I'll have the haddock.
Haddock.
Oh, is that the haddock?
Yes, dear.
Oh, no, I want one of those big pieces.
Cod. 1 and 8.
Cod and chips, please.
No chips.
What?
She had the last. Herbie, more chips,
But
come
how
on.
long will they be?
10 minutes from time I get them in.
10 minutes? Well, look, I better just have the cod then. 2 pieces.
2 pieces of cod. Two and 2.
Thanks very much.
Sorry, George, I was in the bath.
Sorry, Nora, look, what's this?
Oh, yes, Kate rang.
Rang you?
Yes, apparently she was ringing you at 7.
Yes.
Yes, well, the visiting hours at the hospital are from 6:30 to 7:30, so she wouldn't have been able to.
Oh, fine, thanks, Nora.
She's ringing again later.
Oh, right, thanks.
At 8.
Ringing you?
Yes. No, you.
What on earth for?
Oh, George, I don't know.
Oh, why couldn't she have given you a message? Look, I'll be out then, you see, Nora. I'm going to have a quick pint with Miles. Could you tell her that? If I don't answer, she's bound to ring you. Her better not say I'm having a pint.
George.
Say he's asked me out to dinner.
George, will you be out to dinner?
At 8?
Yes.
Oh, blimey, what's she keep on wanting to ring for? I don't know where she gets all the change.
Oh, she's reversing the charges. I'm afraid you'll owe us a shilling or two when the bill comes in. Look, I must rush.
Yes, all right. Thanks, Nora.
Well, don't forget.
8 o'clock.
Well, you could go out and come back, couldn't you?
What? Yeah.
Don't forget to open the bedroom window when you go to bed. It's so bad for you to sleep in a fug. If I'm still away on Wednesday, don't forget to put the dustbin out first thing. All you have to do is to open the tins and heat them up, separate saucepans. Wash up immediately after your meal or the grease will solidify. Turn the gas off. Forgot to order bread, darling. Sorry, ask Nora for a slice.
That's 4 shillings, please, sir.
Evening, Fred.
Evening, Mr. Starling.
Half a bit, please.
Yes, sir. Haven't seen much of you lately, Mr. Starling.
No.
The wife away?
As a matter of fact, she is.
Night out with the boys, is it?
Not half. Going to be a night and a half, too, I'll tell you that.
Oh, David!
Hell, just like old times, isn't
Looking forward to it all day. What are you going to have?
Thanks, I'll have a pint.
Jolly good. Pint a bit, please, Fred.
Well, I brought Helen with me.
Who?
Helen, she's just parking the car. I got a crop mine and Ma said we need some transport.
Oh.
Well, here she is now. You've met George, haven't you, darling?
Before you were married, yes.
Oh, yes,
Hello.
of course. Would you care for a drink?
Gin and tonic, thank you.
Oh, right. Gin and tonic, Fred. How much is that?
Just a minute, sir.
You're fully domesticated now, are you?
Oh, yes.
Oh, don't say it like that, darling. It makes sounds like it's just been house-trained.
Oh, thanks, Fred. How much is that, Fred?
Where's old
That's a gin and tonic.
Nice to see you.
Hello there, Joanna.
Joanna and I have given up the theatre tonight to be here, haven't we, darling? I forget you don't know Joanna, do you? George Starling.
Oh, how do you do?
Hello.
Would you care for a drink?
Well, I couldn't have a brandy, could I?
Pint will do me, George.
Right.
Hey, Davy.
Brandy and a pint of bitter. Yes, sir.
Hysterical. I guess I could tell her to go outside and I couldn't do anything about it. Really wrong. Tell me, who's gone outside? That's something for me.
Gin and tonic. David.
Oh, thank you.
Here's the brandy. Brandy.
I'm awfully sorry.
John?
Thanks, George.
How much is all that, Fred?
That's 9 and 2, sir.
Cheers, George.
Cheers.
Oh, shit. Where's my half, Fred?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Oh.
That's another 10pence, sir. What? I didn't take for the half.
Thank you very much. George, very good. This is Sonia. She drinks double martinis and mine's a pint of bitter, please.
Small martini and half a bitter, please, Fred.
Anyone with a gorgeous on the arm. Sonny wouldn't let me come without her. She's very possessive, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Well, Helen's very kindly going to show for us.
Oh, splendid. The car fit us all in, will it?
It'll be a bit of a squeeze.
That's what I was hoping.
That's 4 and 10.
We're back to we'll go. Thank you very much. Well done.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, George. Thank you. Cheers.
Yes, I remember the one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. No one.
How gorgeous have you got up?
When I find it
Did I really? What good names I've got? Oh, you haven't you? Going out with me, eh? Right, who's for another?
Pint, please.
Oh, let's have one here. Let's get down to the river.
Okay, my first shot when we get there, right, John?
Okay.
No, I can't go yet. Kate's ringing at 8.
Well, you said 7.
No, but she ran through again and said she'd ring at 8.
Well, that was an interesting phone call.
She didn't speak to me personally, so I thought I'd, pop home, wait for the call, then come back here.
Oh, Lord, we want to get down there while it's still light.
Can't you ring her?
No.
Would she be on the dot, do you think?
Oh, yes.
Well, look, George, don't bother about tottering all the way there and back. We'll all leave within about 5 minutes' time, wait for Kate to call, and go straight off the moment she's run.
That's fine, thanks.
So we will have another drink here.
Pint, please.
Right.
Oh, look, better not, Myers.
Why not?
Well, it's going to take us a good 5 minutes to pack ourselves into the car.
Ah, but a very enjoyable 5 minutes.
Well, look, how about this? Instead of squeezing in here and then squeezing out again at George's place, why doesn't George go home now? Then we can all go round to him at about 8:05 and pick him up.
That's an intelligent girl you've got there, David. I should drop her. Okay, George, you better step on it, mate.
Oh, right.
We'll be with you at about 8:05, so make it short.
Right.
Right. Now, who's going to have what?
Oh, well, another pint.
Right, yes.
Anyone like another sherry?
What's happened to Kate, George?
I don't know. She definitely said 8.
Well, it's nearly 8:30, old man, and, well, the publicans have a keen sense of time, even if your wife hasn't.
I know, I'm sorry, Mum.
And frankly, I don't think I could force down another sweet cherry.
Oh, it's a tight squeeze in the car anyway. Why doesn't George come on under his own steam?
Yes, it's an underground quite near, isn't it?
Well, no, not near, but he could get a bus from the underground.
Do you know the route, George?
No, I suppose a taxi would be a bit pricey.
Well, not really. I mean, George will have, we'll have had a round or two by the time he gets there, and what he'll save on that, you ought to save on the fare.
I've already paid for one round tonight, I mean, it's supposed to be my due, and so far tonight it's cost me half a bottle of sherry and nearly almost a quid.
George!
Well, it's true, isn't it? You were supposed to be fixing up for me. Oh, I didn't know it was going to be ladies' night for a start.
It wasn't for Helen. We wouldn't have had a car.
Now, don't you start having a bucket full of you, I tell you that straight. And Pat ought to use your car's been to me, hasn't it? I'm going to walk to the pub and back, and I'm expected to spend the rest of the night running from one branch of public transport to another. Well, thank you all very much. But you're all dying to go, aren't you? And quite frankly, I'd rather have had a quiet pint on my own with Fred.
Come along, dears.
Well, am I being unreasonable?
Oh, no, George. Not for a married man.
Wait, Miles, don't go. No, wait. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean what I said. I was just terribly disappointed. Look, if you don't want to wait, I'll quite understand. But if you do wait, I won't be more than 2 seconds, honestly. Kate, where have you been? What? No, this is 2041.
Hi, George.
Remember to air the bed before you make it.
Hello, darling.
Mr. Starling?
Cherry,
I'm in the King's Head. I thought you were having a drink here.
how did you get my number?
I looked you up in the office. You didn't write my number down, so I thought I'd better take yours. I thought you were supposed to be having a drink here.
I did.
Oh, and I came here specially. I even looked in the fish and chip shop.
Yeah, look, I've had that too. Look, Cherry, I told you I'm very sorry.
I don't like stopping in a pub on my own, Mr. Starling.
Look, I can't come out now. Anyway, I'm waiting for a phone call.
Well, I could come and wait with you. Where is Aberdare Road?
What?
I took your address down, too. Don't you think I deserve a little reward for being a trier?
Oh, all right. I could do with a beer.
Oh, good. Shall I bring a bottle?
No! No. What are you thinking of? You can't come here. When my call comes through, I'll pop along and meet you at the pub. For a quick... Look, hang on, Cherry. There's someone at the door now.
Sorry, darling, can't find my key. Oh, darling, it's so wonderful to be back. I feel I've been away a week. Sorry I couldn't ring your date, but I was on the train hurtling towards you. Mum and I went to see Granny at 6:30, and she was right as rain, sitting up and taking notice. I think she's a bit hypochondriac, but at her age you're never quite sure, are you? Anyway, Mum agreed there was no reason for me to stay, so I shot to the station, and I was actually in the box ringing you to say I was coming back when the train came in. So I leapt on, and then there was a queue for the phones when we got to London, so I jumped into a cab. Oh, darling. Did you get my notes? You did eat, didn't you? So, I'll never forgive myself for forgetting the bread. I've been worried all day. Oh, sorry, darling. I didn't realise you were on the phone. Why didn't you say so?
What? No. I wasn't on the phone. In fact, I just, nipping out to get some cigarettes. And I thought I'd take the receiver off the hook in case you came back and wonder where I was.
Did you, darling? Did you really?
What?
Oh, George, you make me so ashamed. I didn't trust you, darling, not altogether. I was terribly worried after all those things Mum told me. I was sure you'd meet up with the boys and have too much to drink, or even...
What?
I'm so sorry, George. Please forgive me.
Oh, don't be silly, darling.
And here you were, patiently waiting for me to ring and taking the phone off in case I was worried. Oh, darling.
Oh, darling, I said I'd stay home, and I stayed home.
Yes, I know, darling. I'm the luckiest wife in the world.
Oh, she's back. Oh, well, that's fine. Hello, Kate.
Is everything fine now, Miles?
Oh, good.
What's the matter? Nothing.
Yes, there is. You see, George and I fixed up this pub crawl.
Miles?
No, let me explain. You see, we all came back here to wait for you to telephone. Well, you didn't call. I'm afraid we left poor old George in the lurch like Cinderella, if you see what I mean. So we've bought a job of the house done. We've all come back here to keep him company. But he doesn't need that now, do you, George?
No.
Hey, why don't you both come? Kate, George chose the pubs down by the river. Will you accept your old man's decision?
No, thank you, Miles. I'm a bit tired, you know, after the train.
Yes, all right. Well, there's bound to be another time, isn't there? See you then.
You left the phone off, did you, because you were going out for cigarettes?
Now look what you've done now. Hey, darling, I can explain honestly, darling. I know you won't see this, darling, but...
Tomorrow morning, actually. It's so long since I made a souffle, I'd forgotten how many eggs you use.
Souffle?
Well, you only use the whites, of course, but you can't very well give your man poached yolk for breakfast, can you?
Are you having a dinner party?
No, just Peter and me.
Goodness.
Well, we Had a tiny tiff at breakfast. It was all my fault. So I thought I'd give him something special for supper to make up. Oh, thank you, dear.
Poor George.
What?
Getting cod again.
Yeah, what do you think then, George?
Hey, jolly nice, Peter.
Yes, but dead cheap, you see. That's why I wanted you to have a look. Just a thing for those occasional occasions when it's not the thought but the gift.
What?
Well, something like a bauble for making a good repair job. Nora and I had a bit of a Barney at breakfast. You know, my fault entirely. Just for once. Thank you. So don't forget, when you're out of favour, browse through the 7 and 6 penny tray. It's better than flowers. It's a permanent reminder of your fine and generous nature.
You're a crafty old devil, aren't you?
Oh, well, time for a quick one then?
Well,
of course, if you think you're going to spoil a banquet, you can always invest in some insurance.
No, actually, I'd love a beer. I suppose only fish fingers anyway. Come on, let's go. Thank you.
Can you look at it?
What?
The souffle, once it's in the oven.
You're not doing one.
Yes, it's my first. Can you look at it?
Well, it depends, dear. The first one I made, even the cat wouldn't look at it. Yes, of course you can. But only very rarely. They're very shy. What happened to the cod?
Oh, I suddenly thought he's such a darling. Gets home every night on the dot, and the only reward for his efforts is shepherd's pie or a fish finger. And when you said you were making a souffle for Peter, I thought it was about time I did something to deserve George.
Good for you, dear. They're rather lovely, really, aren't they?
Well, I think we're very lucky, Nora. When I think of the men some of my friends married.
I know. Alcoholics with the wanderlust. And we landed a couple of homing pigeons.
Well, what are you going to have, George? Pint?
Oh, no thanks, man. Half for me.
Ah, go on. If she's going to smell your breath, you might as well be hung for a long one. 2 pints of best, please. How's Kate, then?
Oh, fine, thanks.
Oh, you're a lucky man there, George.
Well, thanks.
Lovely girl, fabulous figure.
Do you think so?
Well, I've seen so. I wish Nora could wear slacks like she can.
Good heavens, Nora's got a marvellous figure.
Really?
Not half.
Yeah. Well, I suppose she's not bad for an old married.
Old?
3 years.
Good heavens, I just hope we're as good as you and Nora in 3 years, old man. Cheers.
The ladies, God bless them.
Bless them indeed.
It's all right.
I think the patient will live.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have bothered you, but I thought it was getting brown on top.
Oh, it's got to brown a bit. But if it gets any darker, cover it with greased paper.
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, I'd better get back and see how my infant's grown.
It's rather exciting, isn't it, watching them rise?
Well, just as long as you never see one fall, dear. Wine!
We were given 6 as a wedding present. It's the last one. I've been hiding it for an occasion.
Well, what's the occasion?
My first souffle.
It does look good, doesn't it? Do you think I'd be overdoing the Charitable Forgiveness Act if I popped round to the off-licence?
What's your occasion?
My first husband. Yes, I will buy him a bottle, bless him. I'll get it out of my summer hat money. I only hope he doesn't get in before I get back.
Heavens, is it as late as that?
It is. Is your lover as punctual as mine? You can't keep a souffle waiting.
It's all right. He's never later than 6:30.
Well, ladies, then. Oh. Have a sausage, George.
No thanks, I'll be eating soon.
Yeah, well, so will I.
Gives you a warm feeling inside, doesn't it? Well, I suppose you're used to it now.
What's that?
What, to think that your wife's at home cooking a meal? I'd still get quite a kick out of it, you know, that someone's waiting for me to come home.
Yeah, me too.
Really?
Oh, I don't think of it quite so often as I did perhaps when Nora was a bride, but, you know, I never take it for granted.
Well, that's wonderful.
Oh, never take them for granted, George. That's the best advice I can offer you. She's the same princess you married, even if she does put curlers in her hair when she takes her crown off. Short this time, George.
Oh, not for me, thanks, no, boy, no.
Oh, yeah, Chaser, kill the smell of the beer. 2 scotches, please.
Oh, this used to be my local, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Used to come in here nearly every other night. Thought I was really living, drinking with the boys. Thought I was really living.
Nothing else to do, is there?
Oh, quite.
Exactly. Pointless.
Quite.
I mean, I like a job.
Oh, me too.
But it's, you know, just to stay around doing nothing.
Quite.
I mean,
Pointless.
Quite.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, that's lovely. Do you know, I think I would have a sausage.
souffle?
Oh, wonderful. Rose perfectly.
So did mine.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Do you think I was always scared to do one before?
Well, there you are then.
See, George, it all boils down to a simple little word. Consideration.
Ah, consideration.
Yeah. If we wouldn't have had our Barney if I'd considered it, you know.
Really?
No.
Talk about consideration, my dear fellow, you've hit it right on the button.
Yeah.
Chap where I work, leaves the office, straight to the bar on the station. Never thinks of giving a little woman a ring. And there he is, stuck there. Yeah. He comes home all hours, half blotto, and then wonders why he's married on the rock.
Yeah, well, that's it, you see, no consideration.
Exactly.
Listen, it wouldn't have had our Barney if I'd considered it, you know.
No.
No, you see, we went to a party last night and one of my old flames was there. Well, not really an old flame, you know. The first wind that came along blew it out. Anyway, Nora's not jealous. But the thing is, you see, I spent rather a long time talking to this girl, and the thing that Nora brought up at breakfast was that, you know, a lot of people noticed. I suppose it made her feel a bit of a Charlie, you see.
Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Yeah. Do you have many rows?
Yeah, well, can't afford them, old man. Just the occasional let off steam. Had one this morning, probably won't have another one for a month.
You know, Peter, I wish I'd bought a present for Kate.
Oh, I say, you didn't have a Barney at breakfast?
Well, no, but I wish I'd bought her something just to show how much I love her.
Well, the old boy keeps open quite late, you know.
Really?
Yeah, you want to go along and see?
Could we?
Of course we could, but one for the road now.
No, I've had more than enough already. We better go before the shop shuts. I don't want Kate burning her fish fingers.
George isn't back yet.
He isn't?
He always rings me when he's going to be late.
My dear, it's the strangest coincidence, but Peter's not back either.
What? But I thought, well, what about the souffle?
Sank like a stone.
So did mine. I had to throw it away.
Oh, I kept mine. I want him to see it. I want him to know what he did to it. I don't know about you, dear, but from now on he'll get cod, and more cod. Sometimes even cold cod.
But aren't you worried?
Well, he's the one who ought to be worried.
But don't you think he might have had an accident?
No, but he's certainly heading for one. I just drunk half a bottle of Spanish Burgundy, and I'm in the mood to pour the other half over his head.
No, I couldn't be angry with George just so long as he's all right.
Come and have a drink. It'll put you in fighting mood.
No, I must be here in case he rings. Well, in case somebody rings.
All right, we'll have a drop of your wine. Don't worry about them, Kate. They're not worth it.
Oh, they are?
I'm sorry. They're all the same. Selfish, inconsiderate, worthless. They don't need us, you know, as long as they have each other.
What?
My dear, the greatest love affair of all time is a couple of men going to a football match. Their minds are in tune, their hearts beat as one, and when somebody scores a goal, they turn round and hug each other. I promise you, Kate, they're not worth it. Don't waste your tears. They're certainly not thinking about us.
Oh, yes, you love that, George.
Did you really think so?
Oh, yes.
I want to give her something that's really worthy of her, you know. I mean, good heavens, do you realize I haven't given her a present as a wedding ring? It's disgraceful, so I want to give her something to show that I love her as much now as then, if not more.
It's £6.
Oh.
Too much?
No, it's nothing's too much for her, no. Unless he won't take a cheque, of course.
Here, you take cheques?
Yes.
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 I'm sorry, but if it's not a matter for the police, would you mind telling me whom I can ring? Well, I told you he's very late back, and he's not usually late, and I wondered if there was any way of knowing if there's been an accident. I don't know what sort of accident. I'm hoping there hasn't been an accident. George Starling. Yes, flat 1, 27 Aberdare Road. Thank you very much. Nora!
Oh, isn't it terrible the way something like this happens when you've had a few words at breakfast? Oh, I'm sorry, dear, it's the wine.
And you haven't helped. I mean, I don't usually worry. I sit at home quite cheerfully rehearsing what I'm going to say to him when he gets in.
Then you think there might have been an accident?
I don't know what our row was about this morning. Oh, Kate, I'm terribly afraid I may have driven him into the arms of another woman.
And the porter said, I'm sorry, sir, but there's no return fare for the baggage. Oh, well, then, here we are, then. Right then. What?
No. I think it's best if we conceal from them the fact we've had a beer. They're very funny about beer. They're very likely to turn awfully ugly.
Yeah, they'll have a job. Even you look lovely tonight.
No, seriously.
What?
Seriously. No, seriously. Seriously. You have opened my eyes tonight. Have I? You have. You have taught me the good things that a happy marriage is based on.
Well, thank you, George. I appreciate that. Well, I couldn't have done it without Nora.
Oh, thank Nora too, won't you?
I will. Don't forget. I'll do that, and you give Kate a slap on the seat from me.
Oh, you know, Peter, we must do this again.
The pub?
Definitely.
When?
Tomorrow?
Lovely.
I'll see you then. I'm so sorry, my dear old fellow.
Good night, George.
Good night. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself.
Tomorrow, then.
Then.
George! Darling, where have you been?
Oh, nowhere, darling. I just had a quick drink with Peter.
Peter?
Where's Peter now, George?
Hello, Nora.
Where's Peter, George?
At home, I just left him there.
Good night, Kate.
Bring him across for a
Good
drink.
night, George.
Oh, darling, I just came over to say... hello, Kate.
Come on, Peter.
We'll first have a drink first.
No, Peter must have his supper.
I'm not hungry, darling.
We had a sausage at the pub. Come on, old man, I got some wine.
Wine?
I don't think they deserve a drink, do you, Kate?
There's hardly enough for a party, George.
We got a bottle on our table. I'll get that.
Sweetheart, I shall be very cross with you.
Oh, yeah, I know that voice. She's going to be cross with me whether I go or stay.
Well, you might as well stay then, won't you?
George?
Might as well.
Peter?
Well, tomorrow then.
Tomorrow then.
Don't you think you've had enough, George?
Oh, darling, I only had a beer. Well, a couple of beers.
You smell of whiskey.
I know that was a chaser. All right, darling, I'll tell you what, if it'll make you happy, I'll have a bit of blotting paper first. What is it tonight? Fish fingers?
I made a souffle.
A souffle, darling, you shouldn't have.
I know I shouldn't have. It was ready an hour ago.
Oh, darling, I'm so sorry. I'm sure it'll be lovely. Like you. Where is it?
Oh.
It went wrong, did it?
Yes, George, it went wrong. Even Fanny Craddock can't keep a souffle reaching to the sky for an hour and a half.
I'm sorry, darling, but I wasn't to know.
And I wasn't to know that I was married to a selfish, inconsiderate drunkard.
Inconsiderate? Darling, that's one word you honestly cannot use.
When did you consider me tonight?
I'll tell you
You
when.
didn't ring me.
Well, Peter didn't ring Nora.
Yes, well, there's more excuse for him. He's been married 3 years. You've only been married 3 months, and the rot's set in already. Well, you're not taking me for granted, George.
Good Lord, that's what we were talking about tonight. We don't take you for granted. You're still the same princess, even if you do wear covers. That's what we've been saying.
We? Who's we?
Me and Peter.
You're not married to Peter, you know.
Oh, darling, just because we went out and had one quick beer.
Quick? It's long enough for the rise and fall of my souffle.
Like we just popped in the King's Head on the way back.
King's Head? Yes, I knew that pub would become an issue. I can't imagine how you tore yourself away before closing time.
I'm beginning to wish I hadn't.
Right, back you go then.
Right then. Then.
With all my love, darling.
Half a bitter, please. I'll have a scotch, a large one.
Hello, George.
Hey. Oh, hello. Just popped round for some cigarettes.
Oh, yes, so do I. Yes.
Oh. Well, you've got time for a quickie?
Thanks, old man. Yes, I will. Yes.
Oh, another scotch, please, and now 20 fags, you know, the usual. Yes, extraordinary coincidence.
meeting up like this. The meal wasn't quite ready. No, it's mine. Oh, thanks. Here we are, Matt. Well, you're very good health. Cheers. Cheers. Oh. You know, George, I didn't come out for cigarettes. I walked out on her.
You didn't?
Yes, I did.
So did I.
On Kate?
Yes.
You didn't?
I did. We had a flaming row.
Oh, so did we. About a souffle.
So did we.
What about a souffle?
Yes. What a fantastic thing.
Small minds think alike, I suppose. Yeah, well, I hope you slapped her down.
What?
You've got to sort them out occasionally, you know, show them who's boss.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. I went on for 10 minutes without repeating myself tonight. I reminded her of the last time that she cooked her souffle. That caused a row, too. We spent half the night waiting for it to rise, the other half discussing why it hadn't. Kindly do not cook any more souffles, I said. They obviously don't agree with us. And then I touched on this bird who was at the party last night, you know, sort of hinted that she wouldn't have bawled me out over a bloody souffle. I didn't go too far. You know, you don't want too much to retract when it comes to reconciliation time. And then listen to this, George. I took the brooch out of my pocket and I said, if you'd given me the chance to explain why I was late, I said, instead of going on like a frustrated fishwife, I said, I could have told you that I was buying you this. Then I flung the brooch on the table and said, with all my love, darling, and stamped out. Best exit I've made this year.
I forgot about my present.
Oh, George, you're a nut. She'd have been walking the streets by now crying her eyes out. What did you say then?
What?
When you left, you said you slapped her down.
Oh, yes, well, I did. Oh, no nonsense, no. I mean, there we were, you see, we were in the kitchen. And she said, I wish you would stay at the pub. So I said, right. And then I left. I slammed the door.
You missed a chance, chum. You'll have to box a lot more cleverly than that the next time you storm out.
What makes you so sure there's going to be a next time?
You kidding?
They're devils, aren't they?
Yeah, incarnate.
Selfish, self-centered devils. Have another.
My turn. 2 more scotches.
When I think of my happy bachelor days in here, happy days they were, drinking with the boys, I mean, one always knew where one was with the boys.
Yeah, well, they're logical, aren't they? There's some meeting of the minds.
Well, exactly. I used to notice it then. Whenever the birds arrive, suddenly, nothing to talk about. I mean, they're not interested in anything, are they?
Except marriage?
Oh, yes, every time. Oh, those devils. And if that wasn't bad enough, the evening will start getting rather pricey because the birds will start ordering shots.
Yeah, gin and orange.
Ugh, made you sick to look at it, didn't it? And every time we bought a pint, they'd say, oh, no, not another. I thought we were going on to see someone else. Whenever we did finally decide to go and see someone else, what happened? They disappeared and took half an hour to spend a penny.
At least half an hour.
At least. And you usually had a length of the penny to start with.
That's it.
Devils, loot, incarnate devils.
Of course, there are exceptions to every rule.
She's rather gorgeous, isn't she? I say, Peter, have you ever, you know, since you've been married?
Oh, no, not exactly.
Well, what do you mean, not exactly?
Well, I've thought about it.
Have you?
Well, haven't you?
No.
I'll bet you have.
Well, no. Oh, no, but I've only just got married.
Yes, I know, but even so.
Do you think you ever will? Well, I mean, supposing you did, how would you... where?
Well, she lives somewhere, doesn't she?
What, her?
Excuse me, could one of you kindly oblige me, please, with a light?
George, look, if she and I decided to go and have a drink, you know, somewhere else, you wouldn't tell...
Don't tell Nora.
No.
Right.
Hello, George. Have you seen Peter?
No.
I'm afraid we had the most awful row. I didn't know he'd been buying me this. Oh, it's lovely, isn't it?
It's beautiful.
I refused to cook him supper. I even accused him of being with another
is it, a present for a good girl? I'm glad your friend's gone. He wasn't my type. What's the matter? Somebody gonna come and whisk you off, too? Oh, good, because, there's a party going on not far from here. I don't like to go on my own. Maybe you could bring along a bottle or something. Might be fun. Well, anyway, it's a start. From then on, we could play it by ear, couldn't we?
Mr. Starling. Mr. Starling. What? Phone. Phone? Phone. Phone. Excuse me.
Tell him you're going to a party.
Hello? Oh, hello, darling. How did you know I was here? It was rather a silly question. Oh, darling, I'm so glad you rang. You what? Yes, well, I was in the shop when you bought it. Why, who told you, Nora? Well, it helped to make us late. Oh, that's all right, darling. You weren't to know. No, he's just left. No, all on my own. I bought something in the shop, too. Present for a good girl. Well, I didn't get the chance to give it to you, did I? I mean... Oh, darling, no, don't cry. Look, Kate, darling, no, don't be silly. Look, I'm coming home this minute. Look, it's all right. I had a sausage earlier. All right, then, just a snack. Don't bother with another souffle, will you? I'll see you soon, then. I love you, darling. Bye.
Coming to the party, then?
What, no, thank you very much. No, I happen to be very happily married. Sorry. Come in.
Can you spare me a minute, George?
Yes, of course, Ozzy. I was just cheering up.
Would you and Kate like to come to a little party tonight?
We'd love to, Ozzy. Marvellous. Hello, Harold.
What's it, George? Go on, Ozzy, show him. I've just been to help him buy it.
Well, what's all this then? Oh, it's an engagement party, is it?
Yes, well, it might be.
If she says yes.
He's going to pop the question when she's drunk on the wine cup and a Nat King Cole record.
Well, you're not really worried, are you, Ozzy? How long have you known her now?
2 years.
And never a cross word.
Well, then.
Well, you never know with women, do you? I mean, you never know what's in their minds.
Oh, I do. It's a large empty space entirely surrounded by cotton wool.
All right, then, George.
Fine, old man. I'll ring Kate.
Yes, about 8 at my place. Right. Oh, we're a bit short of girls. Will it matter? There's only Ethel and Kate and my landlady if she can make the stairs. I don't know any other girls, really. I only know Ethel.
Oh, dear. Well, you know a few birds, would you, Harold?
Well, both mine are away.
Oh, dear. Well, I'm a bit out of touch with the bird situation, naturally enough, being married. Well, Miles will know some.
No, Miles can't come. He's got a date.
Well, he's only got a date with one. Ask him for some of his spares.
That's an idea, eh, Ozzy?
He's got a little black book.
Oh, come on, let's ask him.
George, if you could bring a bottle.
Yes, of course, of course. Darling, how are you? Oh, fine. Listen, Ozzy's asked us to a party tonight. Yeah, Oswald Thomas. He works here. You've met him. Yes, you have. You've just forgotten him, that's all. Most people do. Yeah, anyway, he wants some Dutch courage when he pops the question. Yes. Oh, well, it's an engagement party if she'll have him. Otherwise, he'll just be drinking to forget, I suppose. Well, I'm sorry, darling, you need to ask me. Can't you make a hair appointment? Oh, don't worry, look perfectly all right at breakfast. Oh, and Kate, could you get a bottle of wine? We may be drinking their health, so you'd better get something really nice. The off-licence has a very good 6-shilling Burgundy. Yes, don't touch his 6 and 9 stuff, it's daylight robbery, you're just paying for a pretty label. And if he's out of his 6 bob stuff, you'll have to go to the King's Head and get their 6 and threepenny. Yes, just a minute, darling, come in. Yeah, will you do... Right, darling, well, web presses. See you later then. Bye, darling. Bye. Well... Won't be long before you're ringing the little woman from the office, eh?
She can come, can she?
Yep.
Oh, I'm so glad, George, because I told Ethel so much about you, both of you, how happy you are and all.
Really?
Oh, yes, I'm always quoting you and Kate.
Are you?
Yeah, chapter and verse, you know. Sometimes I feel that Ethel's not quite... Well, she's not so keen on the matrimonial bond as I am, so I tell her some of the things you've told me.
Oh. Well, ours is a pretty successful partnership, I suppose. We have our little ups and downs, of course.
Oh, I never mentioned the downs.
No. Well, they're not worth mentioning. They're not worth it. They don't happen very often, and when they do, they're something about quite trivial, you know, usually her fault, eh? Cigarette?
No, thank you.
Very funny. Like the other day, I bumped into one of my old girlfriends in the public library.
Did you have many girlfriends before you got married?
Oh, yes. Well, most men do, you know.
How many?
Well, 2 or 3. One loses count.
What? Serious?
Well, the one between me and Jackie that's the girl I met in the library, Jackie Shaw. 18 months. Oh.
Good heavens.
Not a bad looker.
You carry her about with you?
Well, she doesn't mean anything to me now, so, you know, it's just a memento of some happy times.
Supposing Kate found it?
Well, it's just a risk one has to take, Ozzy. Live dangerously, old man, live dangerously. I mean, you know, she knows about Jackie. Of course, and naturally, being a woman, she's a little jealous, you know.
Ethel and I have never had a row, you know. I always thought I'd have my chips if we did.
Well, you feel that in the early days, Ozzy. You must expect it, you know. You must realize they don't always see things the way we do.
No, they don't, do they? I've noticed that. You know, sometimes it's almost like talking to somebody who's...
Yeah, from another world.
Aye, that's it.
I'll tell you something. They're Martians, you know. Oh, yes. Oh, definitely. They're outer space types. I mean, they look like human beings, and they even sound like them on occasions. But, you know, you wouldn't be at all surprised to see them suddenly defy the law of gravity and float straight up in the air. Or start eating the flowers. It's just a matter of handling them, you see, Ollie.
Yeah.
You'll learn, old man, you'll learn.
Yes, well, thank you, George. You didn't mind me pumping you a bit, like.
Any time, Ozzy, any time.
Hey, Miles certainly knows his stuff, doesn't he?
What stuff?
The hot stuff. He gave me the names of 3 girls. I phoned 2 of them, and they're coming.
Great.
The 3rd's engaged.
What a shame.
Only on the phone. Do you want their names?
Brenda Gordon.
Oh, I know Brenda. She's a real cracker.
Hey, listen to him, and him a married man.
Ozzy, just because you get married to one of the opposite sex doesn't mean you're inoculated against the rest of them, you know.
Jill Harrington and Jackie Shaw.
Yes, well, it's Jill and Jackie that are coming. I'm going to phone Brenda again.
All right. Well, look, I see you tonight then.
Yes, right, lovely. I look forward to it. Yeah, wouldn't miss it for anything. Yeah. You haven't asked Jackie Shaw.
Yes, she jumped at it. Why, isn't she very much to look at?
I knew her before Kate, that's why.
Well, does it matter?
Of course it matters.
But if you knew her before Kate...
You're not married, are you, Harold?
No, I'm not married.
Then stop talking out the back of your head.
I'd rather talk out of the back of my head than a load of old rubbish out of the front.
I ran into Jackie in the public library last week.
Well, if you will muck about with triangles...
Triangles? It was an accident. We were both after Agatha Christie. We were having a little talk and Kate heard about it.
How?
Don't ask me. When girls get married, they automatically set up a complete spy network.
Well, couldn't you put the blame on Agatha Christie?
She said we've been seen whispering together. Well, of course we were whispering. You can't yell your head off in a public library, can you? Anyway, we can't go tonight. The whole thing's off and it's all your fault.
George, you must come. Ozzy's counting on you.
And I'm counting on living, mate. Thank you very much for ruining a beautiful evening, Harold. I hope you're satisfied.
Good heavens, George. How was I to know you and Jackie had been tiptoeing through the bookshelves?
I'll just have to think up something to tell Kate why it's cancelled.
Well, I'm sorry, George.
So am I, mate. We haven't been out for ages. The only time we ever seem to go out these days is after a row. And then it takes us to nearly the suite to start talking again.
Well, couldn't I phone Jackie back?
And say what?
Well,
whatever you said, she still might turn up. I'd never have a moment's peace. No, I'll just have to think up something to tell Kate. It won't go down too well. I'll take her out to dinner or something.
Oh, all right. I'll pay for it. Up to the suite.
It's your fault too, you know.
Hello, darling. Sorry about my hair. I couldn't get a hair appointment, so I had to put it all up myself with lacquer. It took hours. Honestly, I don't know how those girls manage it on television. One minute they're all lackluster, the next minute they're engaged. I just hope this dress will be all right. I've been on this for hours, too. Oh, and I pressed your other suit, darling. I didn't know whether you wanted to wear it, but I thought I'd do it just in case. Oh, and I got a bottle of the 6 and 3 penny. I had to go to the King's Head. The off-licence was sold out. That is the stuff you meant, isn't it, darling? Oh, and darling, what do you think of this? I know they're not officially engaged yet, but I thought we'd better take a little something just in case. Looks much more expensive than 15 and 6, doesn't it? Nora said she thought it cost at least £2.
Kate, I'm terribly sorry, darling. I'm afraid it's off. Well, it wasn't my fault, Mrs. You know, it was all a bit last minute and they couldn't whip up any girls. Well, you're a girl, of course, darling, but you wouldn't like to be the only one there, would you? Apart from Ethel and Ozzie's landlady, always assuming, of course, she can make the stairs. Anyway, Ozzie didn't have the courage to ask Ethel, so it's off. Sorry, darling.
What a shame.
You looking forward to it, were you?
No. Well, being a change, you know. Don't seem to have been out for ages.
We went to the Blue Cockatoo last week.
Well, you only took me there because I found out about you and Jackie in the library. We didn't speak until the cheese.
The sweet, actually.
What?
Nothing.
And I can't remember when we last went to a party. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. This really needed a clean. It's no good trying to do it yourself. And my hair was driving me mad. I had to pour a whole bottle of lacquer over it. It feels like a barrister's wig.
But I must say, darling, I think it's jolly nice of you to take it like this, you know. Anyway, it's not too bad. We've got a bottle of wine to ourselves and we're ready with a present the moment Ozzie plucks up courage. Oh. Hello?
Hello, George. It's Harold.
Oh, hello, Harold.
Your line isn't tapped, is it?
What?
I can speak freely. I don't have to use a code word for Jackie.
Look, I'm sorry, Harold. I'm afraid I haven't got very much sense of humour this evening. Now, you just run along to Ozzie's party.
You and Kate can come too. She's not coming.
Jackie?
I've just spoken to her. Told her it was all off.
Why?
Well, it was my gaff in the first place, wasn't it? So you and Kate can come without a qualm.
Look, that's very kind of you, Harold, but it's a bit risky, isn't it? She might turn up.
She doesn't even know where it is. I was going to collect her.
Really? That's wonderful, Harold.
Yes, well, I did it for Ozzie, too. He seemed to think that you and Kate were such a good advertisement for the state of man in hell.
Yes, I know, yes. Well, that's fine, Harold. See you soon, then.
Right, bye.
Bye. Kate? Darling? The party. It's on again. Harold's their phones. It won't be too long. I must get a quick wash before we go.
I've washed the lacquer out. That's what I've done.
Well, can't you put it back?
It's soaking wet.
Oh, yes, it is, isn't it? Yes. Look, you wouldn't notice if you put it up, darling.
Darling,
like
ow!
That. See? Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. It's suits you, darling, honestly. And your dress will look fine.
I can't go, George, and there's an end of it. Really is unfair of people to chop and change like this.
But I mean, must go on. He's counting on us.
I've hardly met him.
Yeah, but we're married, you see. That's the whole point. I mean, we've made it. He wants to. He came to my office this morning to ask me for advice, and I was able to sort things out from a bit, you know. You'll probably be able to do the same thing for Ethel. I mean, they look up to us, darling. Really, they do.
They look up to me and see a bird's nest.
Well, Nora's got a dry, hasn't she? Can't you borrow that?
No, George, you'll have to go without.
Oh, please, darling. You said just now we never, hardly ever go out together, and you look lovely, really, you will. You've always knocked all the other girls into a cocked hat, honestly. And look at the dress. Look at it. Look fine. Look at it properly under the light, you see? Just looks like a few extra pleats. Please, darling.
All right, I'll go and ask Nora.
Thank you, darling.
Only because you seem to think it'll help your friend.
It will, good Lord. When they see you and me together, how could anyone want to stay single? I'm so glad you're coming, darling. I wouldn't have gone without you. Hello?
George, it's Jackie. George?
What are you doing ringing me here?
I rang you there because you happen to live there. Where would you rather I rang you?
I'd rather you didn't ring me at all.
That's not what you said in the library last week.
Jackie, what do you want?
I want to find out about this party.
It's off.
Yes, that's what Harold said, but I happened to meet Brenda, and she's still going.
Jackie, it's off.
Is it? You mean you're not going either?
No.
Got it, darling.
Oh, what happened? Why was it suddenly called off?
And I told you, I already have an insurance policy.
What?
And I must say, I really think it's a bit thick to try and sell insurance to people in the privacy of their own home.
Do I take it that Kate's around? Honestly, George, who are you trying to fool with all this?
Look,
Kate, me, or yourself?
I'm putting you down now, Jackie.
You don't really mean Kate's jealous.
I'll see you someday.
No wonder you need insurance. Here, is that why I'm being put off? Because Kate's going?
Goodbye, Jackie.
Is it? I thought Harold was lying.
He wasn't.
Well, I'll just go along and make sure.
You don't know where it is.
I'll find out from Brenda.
Listen.
See you there.
I told you it's off. It's off. Darling, Kate, I wouldn't worry too much with your hair, darling. The oddest thing's happened. Harold's just phoned again, and I'm afraid...
I don't want to hear any more about the party, George, because I'm not going.
What, darling?
Well, look at it. Even I had the rest of the night, I couldn't make it look respectable.
No, it doesn't look too good at all, no. Well, it doesn't do you justice, darling. And look, the dress, I mean, let's face it, it is simply screaming for a clean. I mean, look at it, it's filthy, look at it. But anyway, what's the matter? It can't be helped. It probably wouldn't be much of a party anyway. We'll just have to stay at home, just the two of us, here. I hope you don't mind, darling, because I like that best.
Are you all right, George?
Yes, darling, I'm fine.
Aren't you disappointed about not going?
No, of course not. Never just stay here and watch television. What's on?
George?
Yes, darling?
I want you to go to the party without me.
Don't be silly.
No, darling, I insist.
Why?
Because I know why you're pretending not to mind not going. It's because of Jackie, isn't it?
No!
Oh, yes, it is. I know you. You like your party.
Darling, Jackie's got absolutely nothing to do with this.
You're still trying to make up for last week, aren't you, for meeting her in the library? Well, I've been thinking about that, darling, and I made much too big a fuss about it. It was only that you didn't tell me. That's what made me wonder. So if you speak to her again, just tell me.
Yes, I will.
So you go to the party?
Why don't I leaving you?
Darling, I'm exhausted. It's been non-stop since you ran.
Well, even so...
Oh, come on, get ready. I didn't press your suit for nothing.
Well, are you sure you don't mind?
No, of course not, if you don't mind going without me.
No. But, of course I mind, darling. Of course I do. But if you don't want to go...
Well, you have a lovely time.
Well, I'll just wish him luck, eh?
That's right. It'll take you back to the days before you were married, won't it?
Yeah, I expect it will.
Well, come on, then. Get ready.
Well, orders are orders. Yes.
What?
It doesn't suit you, darling.
Oh, I thought it looked rather sweet.
Well, it doesn't.
But it means I could come to the party.
I'm not going. The whole thing sounds terribly scratchy. I've gone off it.
When?
What?
When did you go off it? You just poured half a ton of my talc over yourself.
Talc? Oh, is it? Oh, I just opened it in. I thought it was my foot powder.
Well, may I have it, if there's any left?
But, darling, I told you I'm not going to go.
Well, I am. I want to meet them. And give them their present. I hadn't spent all day titivating for nothing.
It's off.
Again?
Yes, Harold just phoned, and they're going to throw a really big one later.
When?
At the wedding. I didn't tell you, darling, because you said you didn't want to go anyway, so I was just getting ready to have a quick drink with the boys.
Covered in my talc. Darling, who are you trying to fool? Now, let me have the bathroom for a few minutes, otherwise we're late.
Oh, darling, I feel a bit dizzy.
Well, I'm not surprised the party off 1 minute and on the next.
I'll have to lie down now.
George. I know what's worrying you. It's because you don't want me to go, because you don't think I'll look my best. That's it, isn't it?
No, I don't want you to go because it's off.
Well, when did Harold ring?
Well, when I was on the phone. When you were getting the dryer, I came back and you were on the phone, remember?
He's talking to an insurance salesman. Darling, you are a rotten liar.
Oh.
Better put the wine in a paper carrier, darling, then we can put the present in there. We don't want them to see it before they make the announcement, do we?
Come on, please, come on. Hello, George, Harold. It's George here. Now listen. It's absolutely... We're facing a tiny thermonuclear war. Jackie rang. She's found out where the party is from one of Miles's trolls.
And Kate's coming?
I've tried everything I know to stop her. There's nothing left but to feign death, and I'm so nervous I wouldn't be able to keep still.
What shall I do? Phone you back and say it's off?
No, you've already done that.
What?
You'll just have to whip Jackie off as soon as she arrives at the party. Tell her the truth if you like, and you get rid of her.
But George, she might not even turn up.
I know, but she might. I'll keep Kate here as long as I can this end. You just get rid of... Oh! Oh! Really? Oh, thank you, Ozzy. I'll tell her.
Eh?
Yes, well, see you soon then, Ozzy. Goodbye, Ozzy. That was Ozzy, darling.
George, if you try and tell me that it's all off again...
Off? Good heavens, darling, it's all happening. What are you talking about? That was Ozzy. He said everything's absolutely swinging back there, but they've been a bit delayed, so could we make it about 9?
You're feeling a bit better now, are you?
What, darling?
Less dizzy, darling.
What? Oh, yes, I'm a little better, darling. But don't you worry about it. It'll pass.
Thank you. Where are your married friends, then, Oswald?
Oh, I don't know, dear. I don't suppose it's George's fault. It's more likely to be his wife. That's what they say about wives, don't they?
Do they?
Yes, I'll ring them. Harold will know their number. Excuse me, Harold. Do you know George's number?
Excuse me, darling. Are you worried because he's late? Yes. Well, he's late on purpose to give me time to get rid of Jackie.
Which one's Jackie?
She's not here. I phoned her and told her it was all off.
I don't understand.
Well, George knew Jackie before he married Kate.
I know, he told me.
He's been in the doghouse ever since someone saw him chatting up Jackie in the library last week.
In the doghouse? But he told me he'd settled it all.
Ozzy, a thing like this settles like a cloud of dust settles. There's an awful lot of dirt left around afterwards.
Don't let Ethel hear you say that, will you? I've always told her how happy George and Kate are.
Have you asked her yet?
No, I think I'll wait till George comes. She's in a funny mood tonight. I'm hoping they'll help to settle her. If settle's the right word.
I told you everybody else would be here.
Yeah, well, you said 9, darling.
It's 9:30. You didn't need that extra pint.
Yes, I know it.
Doing?
Nothing. Ozzy, old man, how are you? You remember Kate, don't you?
Yes, of course I do. I'm so glad that could come. Ethel, Kate and George are here.
How do you do?
Hello, Ethel.
I've heard so much about you.
I must apologize about my hair, but when I heard you cancel the party, the first thing I did...
Cancel the party?
Darling, come and meet Harold. Darling, you must come and meet Harold.
But you came home and...
I must have got it wrong, darling, you know.
What's wrong? You mean you were the reason I had... Oh, wait a minute, if the party wasn't cancelled, why did Harold ring?
Hello, Kate. Harold, I'd like a drink.
Harold, did you ring George this evening and tell him the party was on again?
Yes, I rang him. You rang me to tell me it was on? Yes, I rang him to tell him it was on.
But Ethel says it was never off.
It wasn't off.
Harold must have got it wrong, too. Yes, I got it wrong, too.
Yes. Well, I mean, you're both here now, aren't you? That's the main thing.
Did you ring George this evening, Ozzy? To tell him the party wasn't till 9?
No, he didn't. Why can't you tell the truth?
Ethel, they're playing our tune.
I want to know what's going on.
Well, so do I.
There's a simplest explanation for all this, darling. I don't know why we don't just enjoy ourselves instead of worrying about it. Kate, would you like to put your coat in the bedroom?
Thank you very much. What? You set me back 2 years with Ethel, you realise that, don't you?
No, Oswald Thomas, Jacqueline Shaw.
So the party's off, is it, George?
Yes, now, Ethel, must be Jackie Shaw. He's an old friend of mine. Aren't you, Jackie? Well, before I met Kate, of course.
Oh, darling, you make it sound as though you dropped me in favour of Kate. I left you, remember?
Would you like to dance?
Not unless you've taken lessons since last time.
No, I was never very good at dancing, was I?
Amongst other things.
Yes.
Lots of other things.
Ozzy, I want a word with you.
Well, look, shall we circulate?
Just a minute, George. I think it's about time your friends knew exactly what you and I were to each other, don't you?
Jackie, please.
You obviously need reminding, too. Or things like tonight wouldn't happen.
Tonight?
Yes, with me being nearly done out of a party because of the stories you put about.
I haven't put the stories.
Oh, yes, you have, George. Little boastful hints and innuendos about the passionate affair we had. Well, either you've got a short memory, darling, or a long imagination. But that expression, we're just good friends, happened to be true about us. Our intimate little evenings consisted entirely of a crate of light ale at the local with the boys.
Jackie,
ending
please.
with a rather nervous peck on the cheek from you when we got back to my front door. So be a good boy and drop the great lover act, will you? You're not courting Kate now. You don't need to impress her with your previous experience. Oh, perhaps you haven't told her that she was your very first conquest.
Yes, of course he did. He told me a long time ago.
Really? So why do you behave like an early Joan Crawford picture every time he happens to bump into me?
Well, I suppose to save you the embarrassment of asking yourself the obvious question.
What question?
Why such an inadequate boyfriend turned into such a wonderful husband the moment he left you.
Darling, I think you better get me a drink.
I think we better leave, darling. I can't top that.
Kate, what she said about me was true.
Never mind. You thought what I said about you was true, too.
Congratulate me, boy.
You asked her tonight?
I didn't have to. She asked me.
But you said we set you back 2 years.
Come on, Ozzy, take the taste of that awful girl out of their mouths.
Careful now, woman. I might change my mind.
Congratulations, Ethel.
Yes. Well, it's all due to you.
Us?
Well, the way Ozzy talked about the both of you and your cloudless paradise, well, I was beginning to think if marriage turns you into a pair of saccharine bores, I'd rather stay as I am, single and human.
We started bickering the moment we got here.
Yes, and I couldn't wait to get on the same footing with Ozzy.
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Ethel Wilkins has done me the honour to say that she don't mind being Mrs. Oswald Thomas. I don't make a speech like, except to say that I don't think I've ever been happier. Oh, thank you.
Hey, I bet we're first with the present.
Present?
Yeah, little engagement.
Oh, so Ozzy had it all worked out, did he?
No, he couldn't, could he? I mean, how could he?
No.
Kate bought it. You see, it's a woman's intuition.
Yes, that's right.
I can only say that I hope that Ethel and me will be as happy as Kate and George.
Ozzy!
Well, you bought it.
Yes, dear.
You had, I told you to get just the wine. If you hadn't got the wine, I wouldn't pay you like
I
that.
say that was great.
I told you to get the wine. I didn't want that.
You said yes. I said
Table for two, really. Well, about half an hour. 8 o'clock. Yeah, that'll be fine. Right, thanks very much. Goodbye. 8 o'clock, darling, all right? Darling? What on earth are you doing?
Peter and Nora are having the most terrible row.
Well, honestly, darling.
She's calling him things I've never even heard of.
Hey, come away from me.
I haven't heard what it's about yet.
Look, will you come? You wouldn't like... Mind your head. You wouldn't like them to listen to one of our rows, would you?
What do you mean we don't have rows?
Oh, no, not many. We're just a couple of nice, tolerant, kind-natured freaks, aren't we?
Darling, we haven't had a row for ages.
Haven't we?
2 weeks easily.
Good Lord.
Not since you criticised my mother's hats.
We must be getting old.
No, we're just over the hump, that's all.
The hump?
Yes, that's what Mum called it.
You've been sneaking to your mother, have you?
No, darling.
Telling her I beat you up before breakfast, I know. I thought you were a bit cool on the phone the other day.
Darling, don't be silly. I didn't even tell her you hated her hats. I was just asked her if she and Dad ever quarrelled in the early days, and she said yes, of course. They never stopped till they got over the hump.
What do you mean, the first 3 or 4 months?
No, it varies. They were climbing their hump for 2.5 years.
Oh, blimey. I don't think I'd have the strength.
No, well, it was mainly my fault. They'd only been married 3 months, and Mum went to the doctor, and Dad's worst fears were realised.
Really? But I sincerely hope you don't take after your mum.
Darling, mind the needle!
Oh.
What made you suggest it?
What?
Eating out tonight.
Oh, little celebration?
What celebration?
No rows for 2 weeks?
You had noticed.
Of course I had, darling. Kate! Kate!
She threw the sauce boat at him.
Look, will you come away from there? Honestly.
Mind your head.
Good Lord! What? She's calling him things I'd never heard of.
Wish we could do something.
Well, don't you know what it is? I mean, other people's rows all sound much worse than one's own.
I know, but it seems so awful us going out for a cosy dinner and their matted hammer and tongs. Poor old Nora.
Poor old Nora, who got the sauce boat?
Well, that's what I mean. We don't want to murder in the house, do we?
Darling, I can assure you that'll never happen. You see, women are most dreadful throwers, you see. It comes from only bowling underarm at school. It's too much of that, and it's not enough of the old...
Darling, that was a wedding present.
Sorry,
Couldn't we ask them round for a drink?
what do you mean, sort of limit at half-time?
Darling, don't be so heartless. When we used to have our rides, there were lots of times when I'd run out of insults, and I was dying for the phone to ring or someone to bang on the door.
Oh, it's all right. I think they stopped. They probably kissed and made up.
Yes, it might have looked a bit obvious, mightn't it, asking them round? I mean, it might have looked as if we'd heard them.
Darling, I should hope they think more highly of us than that.
Oh, what?
The people who listen at walls.
Go on.
What was the air full of flying sauce boats?
No, go on, George.
You made it a bit obvious. You said so yourself.
It's all right. Your ear isn't red, is it? Yes, it is a bit. Never mind. They'll just think someone's talking about you.
But what shall I say?
Well, just ask them round for a drink. We owe them one anyway, and perhaps they'd like to come out for supper with us.
Right. It'll have to be Dutch.
It's all right.
You sure?
Meanie.
Funny, I'm not making money, you know. Yes? Oh, hello, George. Hello, Peter. We wondered if you and Nora would like to come across and have a drink with us. Drink? It's rather last moment, I'm afraid. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, old man. It's just that I've got a bit of a headache. Yes, we'd love to. Now? Yeah, but don't change or anything. I mean, it's only us. Just a short session. We're going out to dinner, as a matter of fact. No, unless you'd like to join us, would you? Oh. I mean, at the new Italian place. Oh, George, you'll never know how much I appreciate the invitation. Oh, good. Dutch, of course. What? At the Italian place. Oh, of course, yes. No, my appreciation was a little more deep-rooted than the financial level. Oh, good. Well, give Nora a yell. Right, yell? Yes. Right, okay. But, don't be long. Right on, boy, yes. You're going to wear that ear out, you know.
I'm glad we asked them, aren't you, darling? Peter sounded so grateful.
Well, let's hope they've got something for you to be grateful for. What's the drink situation?
Not too happy.
Oh, blimey, you can say that again, oh dear. Look, I put lots of ice in the glasses. That always makes it look a bit more, doesn't it?
Meanie?
Meanie? After my just a matter of fact.
No, darling, you're lovely. Does it make you feel good to think you've helped someone?
Mm. What's the trouble now?
She's bawling him out for accepting your invitation.
My invitation? You suggested it, and I'll thank you to tell her that if she comes round here with an armful of crockery.
Shh. It stopped again.
I shouldn't think so for one moment, darling. Probably just reached the staccato stage, you know, from different rooms. It's a short burst every few minutes.
Nonsense. Never been a row yet that was worth missing someone else's drink for.
True.
You see?
All right, darling, you do the ice.
Darling, be extra affectionate with each other. Set them a good example.
Okay, I'll force myself. Oh, Nora's not feeling very well. She's got a bit of a headache. You both got headaches? Yes, it's the weather. Muggy. Huh? Yeah, she said to say sorry. Oh, we're sorry too, old man. Are you sure she won't come? Well, I don't think so, old man, unless, of course, you'd like to try persuading her. No. I mean, if she's ill, that's it. Sit down, old man. I'll get some glasses.
Here's the ice, darling.
Nora's not feeling well, darling. No, she's got a headache.
She's got a headache?
What do you have, Peter? What have you got? Scotch. Oh, well, I'll pump for that then. Right, glasses, darling. Well, I'm sorry about Nora. Yes. We were both hoping, you might come out to dinner with us. Yeah. Yeah, well, you told me, didn't you? Yes, of course I did. That's what I'm thinking about.
Oh, sorry about Nora, Peter.
Yeah, darling, I just said that, darling.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
We were thinking that you both like perhaps...
Yes, darling, I just told him that, darling.
Oh, did you?
Yes. Water, Peter? Any soda? No. Water. Right. That's what cheers up. There we are, old man. One last one. Thanks, old man. Coming up. Oh, sorry, darling.
Thank you, darling.
Well, cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Huh? Well, how's everything, Peter? Fine. Good, that's the idea. How are things with you? Mustn't grumble, you know. Good. Yeah.
How's Nora?
She's got a headache.
Oh. Well, I think a drop of scotch would do her good.
Okay, I won't do that if I was in not in a good mood.
I don't want to listen to a couple of men all night.
Oh, yeah. Amazing creatures, aren't they? The whiskey all right?
Fine, yes, fine. Oh, good. I didn't drown it, did I? No. Fine. You know, you're right. It's a bit muggy tonight, isn't it?
George, Nora and I had a party tonight.
Really?
Wasn't it obvious?
Good Lord, no.
Oh, well, I'm glad. You know, that's why she wouldn't come, you see. I'm in the doghouse. You know what I mean?
My dear fellow, do I not? I've always been in it, but thank goodness for now. Kate and I just got over the hump.
Over the hump?
Perfect, old man. No rows. 2 weeks of perfect harmony. Absolutely swingable.
Oh, congratulations, old man.
But don't worry, old man. I mean, some people just have bigger humps than others.
Do they? We'll probably need Sherpas and oxygen to get over ours.
What caused it?
The Barney? I did. Don't we always? If only women weren't so ridiculously suspicious.
Well, don't get depressed about it, old man. Have another drink.
See, there's a new girl on the switchboard at the office. Fabulously sexy voice, but actually she's got the face like the back of a bus. Anyway, when Nora rang up the other day and heard all this sex being breathed down the phone, she obviously visualized something like Jane Mansfield and Helen of Troy rolled into one, and immediately concluded that my virtue was in danger. Anyway, when I got home, she asked me about the girl. Not directly. You know, the way women do. They sort of lead the conversation round to it. Hear their brains clicking over like a fruit machine. Anyway, I couldn't resist it. I said, "That's the new sex bomb," I said. Something like that. Anyway, Nora went a bit white. "Oh," she said, "she's pretty, is she?" I said, "Fabulous, fabulous." Anyway, you see, the point is this, that the girl's very interested in trinkets, you know, gold charms and all that jazz. She's got to do something to improve herself. Anyway, I told her about that little antique shop near the King's Head. You know, I took you there once, didn't I? Yes. Well, tonight she came with me on the tube, and I showed her it.
You're not trying to tell me that Nora saw...
Yeah, there she was, just coming out of the cleaners. But this is the ridiculous part about it, George. She could see the girl looked like the back of a bus. It was obvious I'd only been joking, but she accuses me of lying about the girl. Why? You know, there must be something behind it.
Aren't they incredible?
I told her not to be so stupidly suspicious. Anyway, I got the silent treatment all the way home. When we got in, she threw a sauce boat at me. Well, it caught me here, huh?
Well, that's very bad luck, you know. They usually set rotten shots.
We've been married 3 years, old man. She's put in a bit of practice.
Why can't they trust us?
It's incredible, isn't it? I mean, they grumble at us for getting into bed at night and dropping off without saying good night to them properly. During the day, they think we're raving sex maniacs.
The long and the short of it is, old man, you just can't win.
Most you can hope for is a sort of armed truce.
Yes, indeed, yes. They're a long time, aren't they? I said, do you think Nora was telling Kate about your row?
What? A loose face in front of her own sex?
Oh, too true. And it's funny, isn't it? They say women can't keep a secret, but if there's anything that make them look a bit silly, they can build Fort Knox around it.
Here she is.
Oh.
She just wanted to be asked officially. Oh, that's my chair, Nora. I'm afraid you'll have to sit next to your husband.
Scotch and water, all right, Nora? Nora?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Haven't we got some crisps, darling?
Have we, darling?
I'm sure we have.
It's going to help her look for the crisps.
Give them a chance to make up.
Do you think they will?
Of course they will. Nora wouldn't have come otherwise. I told you, darling, the moment always arrives when you run out of astringent phrases.
And sauce boats. How long do you think we should take looking for these non-existent crisps?
Oh, give them another minute. Well, I wish there'd been good Samaritans like us around when we used to have our rows.
By the way, did Nora mention they'd had one?
Good heavens, of course not. Why, Peter didn't, did he?
Oh, no. We were just chatting, you know, about Fort Knox, actually.
You seem to have worked the oracle. He was laughing when I came in.
Yeah. You and I ought to go into the marriage gardens business.
I never said that!
Haven't got a crisp in the place, I'm afraid.
Sorry.
Nora, you haven't got your drink. Scotch and water. Now, you sure that's all right? Hope so, because if it isn't, you'll just have to have water.
Sorry about the crisps, darling. My fault.
My fault, darling.
No, darling. I thought we had some.
We did. I finished them.
Oh, did you, darling?
I'm sorry, darling. Well, here's your drink. All right. Well, here's success to temperance.
What? Oh, yeah. Cheers, old man.
Cheers.
How about some music?
Yes, he's suddenly started buying records. Some of it's quite modern stuff, too. Isn't it incredible? He used to be such a square. Now he's a... Darling, what's the opposite of square?
What, darling?
What are you? Is John...
You've got to listen to this. It's going straight to the top. This is really fabulous.
We didn't kiss when we said goodbye forever. 'Cause we said goodbye on the phone.
Sorry.
Are you trying to drive us apart?
Nora, what do you mean?
My dear, Peter and I are the row of our lives tonight.
No.
Yes. Well, didn't you guess?
No.
Well, we noticed a slight atmosphere.
Yes.
Well, I suddenly wondered whether Peter had told you.
No.
No. No.
Well, anyway, we don't want to talk about it because it was a silly row and it's all over now. Isn't it, darling?
Yes, well, if you say so, darling.
Don't say it like that. They'll think I started it.
Why don't you both come out to dinner with us now?
At the new Italian place. It's not far.
Oh, we'd love to, wouldn't we, darling?
I'll book for 2 more, then. Dutch, of course.
I thought you said it was Italian.
Extraordinary, I don't know. They powdered their noses just before we left. How could they possibly get shiny again on a 10-minute walk? Oh, it's a nice place. Not bad, it's a nice atmosphere. I like that place to have a bit of atmosphere, you know. Oh, we'll wait for the ladies, thank you. Si, signor? Yes, useful place to know, Peter, when you're having any night you're having trouble getting over the old hump. Kind of Chianti and the old squeeze box works wonders.
Yeah, there's no need for that now, thanks to you.
Oh, in India.
No, honestly, George, you can't be settled one of the worst rows we've ever had. I was really thinking of walking out and giving him something to be jealous about.
But do they realise they don't need to be so ridiculously suspicious?
Yeah, I know. You just try and tell them. I mean, I said tonight, good Lord, darling, I saw Kate with a man the other day. I didn't immediately leap to the conclusion that George's marriage was crumbling. We'll run over ahead. Might as well save the breath. Where are those women? I'm starving.
Peter? When did you see Kate?
What?
With the man?
Oh, a few days ago in Holborn.
Holborn?
Yeah, why?
Well, nothing. I just wondered.
Well, I was trying to make anything out of it. No, quite the reverse. I was just trying to indicate to Nora, you know, that things aren't always what they seem. Do you think we could get some of those stick things to nibble?
What did he look like?
Oh, I can't remember. All these Italian waiters look alike, don't they?
The man.
Oh, with Kate! Hey, look here, old man, I haven't spoken out of turn, have I?
No, of course not, no.
No, well, I mean, you know, I've seen that you and Kate have been very happy lately. I knew nothing was wrong.
Yes, she has been happy lately, hasn't she?
Yeah, and like you said tonight, you know, you were over your hump.
What did he look like?
Oh, good Lord, I can't remember. I mean, well, distinguished looking, you know, grey hair and well-dressed. Yeah, not a bit like you, George, on that. Wouldn't have been Kate's type at all. No, there wasn't anything suspicious about it, I can promise you. I mean, she was smiling all over the shop. I shall never understand why such tiny noses require such a lot of powdering.
How long do you take in the bathroom every morning?
Good for you, Nora, and it's not as if they cleaned up afterwards. There's always a tide mark. Never mind, darling. All that bending and scrubbing keeps my hips down.
Oh, shall we order? How about a cocktail? Give us strength to wrestle with the spaghetti.
You can't have a cocktail after whiskey, darling.
Oh, darling, I have depths you wot not of, and those depths are half empty.
Okay. Are you having one, darling?
What?
A cocktail.
No, thank you.
Oh, come on, darling. I won't say anything if you fall over in the bedroom again.
I don't want one, thank you.
Yeah. All right, we'll skip the cocktail. Bring us a bottle of this, will you? And we'll order when you get back.
Si, signor.
Darling, you feeling all right?
No, but don't let it worry you.
Oh, what's it going to be? Spaghetti bolognese?
What do you mean?
Spaghetti Milanese.
Have you got one of your tummy pains?
Look, Kate, I think I ought to explain.
Peter, I'd rather you didn't say anything if you don't mind. I'd rather it came from the person it ought to have come from.
George, this is ridiculous. Now, what's the matter?
Oh, isn't it a sweet little place, darling? You really must come again.
Yes, we've always wondered what it was like, haven't we?
Yes.
You're killing the evening, stone dead.
It doesn't look anything from the outside, does it?
No, but they often don't, do they, darling?
George.
Who was that man Peter saw you with this week?
In Holborn?
Yes, in Holborn.
Oh, darling.
Who was he?
Mr. Reynolds.
I thought so.
What do you mean?
You always had a thing about your old boss, didn't you?
Of course I did.
You told me when we first met, everybody in the office had a crush on Mr. Reynolds.
Yeah, but the menu came.
George, you didn't tell me you'd been seeing him, did you?
Four spaghettis.
Bolognese? Milanese?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell me?
George, let's leave this till we get home, shall we?
What makes you think I'm going to go home?
Please, George.
What makes you think I even think of it as home?
I'm not playing on with this ridiculous argument.
No, I'm sure you're not. You'd rather keep quiet about it, just as you did about Mr. Reynolds. Well, thank heaven Peter saw you, that's all.
You started all this.
No, What a wonderful sight it must have been. I'd love to have been there. I wish I had been. How romantic. Walking around High Holborn, hand in hand, smiling all over the shop.
But only you listen.
I was quite ready to listen, Kate, at the moment you got back from High Holborn, but now I'm very sorry. I'm afraid it's a little too late.
I'm sorry, Kate, it's my fault.
Yes, it is, but we'll discuss that later.
Oh, I'm afraid we only need 3 now.
Oh, mamma mia.
Thank you, George.
I was trying to get a job, you see, and make us some more money, and I didn't want to tell George in case he took it the wrong way. You know, he's terribly sensitive, poor darling, and he does work hard. It's just that everybody else gets promoted except him. He's not the tycoon type, and so I didn't want to say anything until I could present him with a fait accompli. Anyway, I'd been around the agencies, and it was so depressing, like starting from the beginning again, because, of course, it had to be part-time. I mean, I've got to have time for doing the flat and shopping. So I went back to see my old boss. There was never anything between us, of course. Well, no more than 2 people working in the same office every day. And last I heard, he thinks he might have got me something, and it was just one tiny snag I may hear tomorrow.
Well, then it'll be all right, won't it, dear?
Kate, believe me, I wouldn't have said a word. It's just that when George and I were discussing our row, you know, when you went to get Nora...
You said you didn't tell him about our row.
Oh, well,
I
not exactly...
remember asking you. You said quite clearly you hadn't told him about our row.
Hello? No, she isn't. Who wants to speak to her? Yes, well, I think it does matter. Is that Mr. Reynolds? Well, it's very funny you should have rung, Mr. Reynolds, because I was just thinking of coming round and knocking your block off. Now, you listen to me, you aging Romeo. I happen to be married to your ex-secretary, so you can damn well cross her off your availability list. Now, have you got that, Reynolds? You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Skulking round Holborn with a girl young enough to be a great-granddaughter. What? What? No, I'm doing the talking, Reynolds. And if ever I hear that you as much as you... What? Oh, no, don't you try and smooth talk me, Reynolds. I'm not a complete idiot, you know. There's no green there, is there? What? What? Well, she never told. What? That's very kind of you. Well, of course, I apologize, sir. It's just that she never... Yes, I will. But thank you very much for trying, Mr. Reynolds. Goodbye, sir. Blimey. I wonder if I could speak to Mrs. Starling. It's Mr. Starling here. I booked a table for 4 earlier. Well, no, I booked a table for 2 first, and then for 4. And Mrs. Starling sitting at a table for 3. Yes?
Well, I can't remember now. Let me see. It was a darkish dress with stripes. It's all the way down. And she had a string of beads on. And I... Oh, it's all right. Sorry, she's here. I didn't notice.
Well, they may not be cultured pearls, but I don't think I'd call them beads.
Darling.
I didn't expect to find you here.
Darling.
As you are, perhaps you'll let me explain.
You don't have to, Kate. You don't have to. Mr. Reynolds has just been on the phone. Kate, please forgive me.
You didn't ring him.
No, he rang me. Well, he rang you, but he got me.
I was just trying to help out, darling. We live perfectly well on what you earn. It's just, the odd extra.
Yeah, I know. Like a new coat and a decent hairdo and a string of real beads.
Darling, don't be silly.
You didn't get it, I'm afraid.
Job? Oh, well, he said I mightn't.
Well, you had to be prepared to be away the odd night, and apparently you weren't prepared.
Well, darling, I couldn't leave you here, could I, all on your own? Oh, not because I don't trust you, darling.
Oh, darling, don't start that again. Yeah, I bawled him out good and proper tonight, you know.
Mr. Reynolds?
I called him an aging Romeo, and I said I'd knock his block off. I'm sorry, darling, but I didn't know. I really went for him, you know.
Poor old Bill. Well, I don't have any spaghetti tonight, neither did you, so perhaps we'd better see what we can find in a tin. Would Spanish rice do? Well, it's hardly enough for two, is it? I could put some braised kidneys on top of it.
Bill?
Yes, darling, Darling, they're rowing about us.
At the office? Terrible, I could hardly keep my eyes open.
Neither could I. I had a little nap after lunch.
Well, it's all right for some.
Poor darling.
Well, I did manage to grab a little spot of knot, actually, sitting up in my chair, but there's a chance old Dixon might poke his ugly nose in, so I had to try and doze with the phone clamped to my ear hole.
I'm comfy.
Not only that, darling, the dining tone keeps you awake.
Glad we're not going out tonight, aren't you?
Oh, so am I. I don't know how people like Miles stand the pace. He never stops.
Well, he's got nothing to stay in for, has he?
Exactly.
What you doing?
Nothing, darling.
I'm not surprised we're both tired. We've been out 3 times in 6 days.
I know they always come in bunches, don't they? And when you're screaming for the phone to ring, it never happens.
Screaming for the phone to ring? You mean when it's just the two of us?
Of course not.
And I'm making you a lovely supper. What's that?
Shh. Listen.
People in love.
Oh, darling. Oh, it's my favourite.
People in love.
I knew you liked it.
What about you? You never stopped playing it at Wendy's. Darling, it's the most extraordinary thing you buying this record because it was exactly how I felt today about us. It was like a wave. It was in Mr. Harris's. I went in to see him about the new waste pipe and I suddenly thought, it's just the two of us tonight. How wonderful. And I went straight to the butcher's and bought a chicken.
Did you, darling?
And I'm doing it a new French wave. Garlic and onions and white wine.
I had a wave, too.
What?
A wave.
Today?
Yes. It hit me right in the middle of Holloway Road. A sort of happy feeling, you know. As though we had something to celebrate tonight, and I knew we hadn't. Well, I thought we hadn't. I didn't know about your French chicken then. I was quite prepared to fish fingers. Then I was, you know, I remember that record we heard at Wendy's party last night, and I went in and bought it.
Thank you, darling. You shan't be long.
Oh, don't hurry, darling. I ate so much at Wendy's, I still feel bloated.
Oh, did you ring Wendy?
Oh, no, darling, you do it.
Oh, please, George, it is your turn.
Oh, all right, then.
You know how much it means to us if people ring us after a party?
Yeah, I know. You know, Kate, I was thinking today...
What?
Kate, come here. What? I was thinking, you know, we used to move heaven and earth in the old days to be together before we were married, didn't we? You know, just two of us on our own. When you get married, you take it for granted.
Never again.
No, not me. Hello, Wendy. Oh, George. What? I won't keep you long. I'll just say thanks for last night. Marvellous party. I still feel bloated. The noise in my head drowned the underground this morning. Yeah. Well, sooner you than me. Okay, I'll turn next then. Yeah, see you. Bye.
You didn't say you'd bought their record.
Oh, well, just, dashing off out, darling.
Another late night?
Well, a party.
Good Lord.
I said to her, sooner you than me. Yeah, party at Tom and Jones.
Tom and Joe Peters?
Yeah, when did we see them last? When we went to the pictures and they all come back here for drinks, didn't they? No, it was when they came to our party, wasn't it? Shall I play the record again, darling?
Why haven't they asked us?
What?
They haven't asked us, have they?
Who, darling?
Tom and Joe.
But you said you didn't want to go out tonight.
I don't.
So he wouldn't have gone anyway.
Well, they might have asked us. They owe us. They've been to us since we went to them.
I know, darling.
Twice.
Oh, not really twice, darling. One was just a drink after the pictures.
A drink? Jen could hardly stand.
Yes, but Kate... Kate, how can you be so illogical?
What?
You can't be delighted about being able to stay in and be furious about not being able to go out at the same time.
Well, it's not illogical to want to know why they've deliberately snubbed us.
Oh, Kate.
Well, I'll certainly never be asked here again, anyway.
All right, so they're ruined socially. Let's forget about it, shall we? Hey, how's the food coming on? Oh, it smells lovely. Darling, your cooking's really coming on the face, isn't it?
I feel like a party tonight.
You said you were tired.
Tired? I shan't sleep again till I get to the bottom of this. And I simply can't believe that you don't mind being insulted.
I don't feel insulted, darling.
Well, I do, and if you had any sense of gallantry at all, George, you'd do something about it.
What?
What?
Do what about it? Challenge Tom to a duel or something? Darling, you know perfectly well that if you had been insulted, I would do something about it, don't you? Like at Ozzy's engagement party when Tony Allen made a pass at you. I spoke to him, didn't I?
Next day?
Yes.
On the phone?
But I had to go to work. I'm not St. George Starling, you know. I've other things to do than search for your imaginary dragon.
It's not
No, I don't mean this one's imaginary. I just don't think it's as big a dragon as you do, that's all. Come on, relax. Forget all about it. Put your feet up. Let's enjoy our record. You know you like this one. My darling. Smashing. Just you and me.
People in love don't need people. People in love don't need love. People in love like to stand hand in hand.
Let's throw our own.
What?
Let's throw our own party. Wait till Tom and Joan find out we haven't invited them.
Oh, darling, it's not quite the party spirit, is it? I'm absolutely exhausted. It wasn't much of a rest on the phone, and I haven't got any money left. I spent all I had on that record.
Or we'll make it a bottle party, and I think I could stretch the chicken to a big risotto if I did absolutely tons of rice.
You said you wanted a quiet night.
Yes, we'll have a quiet night another night. Now, who can we ask? Miles? Get him to bring his latest. And Peter and Nora, I'll go and ask them now. And John and David, we haven't seen them lately, have we? Get ringing, darling.
So they're alone, they won't.
Oh, hi, Kate.
Hello, Peter. George and I got the party bag just lately.
Hello, Miles. Oh, Kate and I have got the party bag lately. We wondered, you know, if you'd like to come over. We're having a little party tonight. Bring a bottle, will you? Because Kate's cooking... Oh. Oh, well, never mind. Just too bad, isn't it? Oh, I'll see you then. Yeah, see you. Miles is going to Tom and Joan's party.
So are Peter and Nora.
They're not.
They are. They're just leaving.
Why weren't we asked?
Oh, George!
They owe us.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Well, they've been here for the last time, I tell you that.
Who are you ringing?
David, I've never been so insulted in my life. Well, we'll soon settle their tiny little hash. We'll throw a party here tonight that'll knock theirs into a cop. Hello, David. Oh, hello, John. This is George. No, don't worry. No, I wanted to speak to both of you. Look, Kate and I are throwing a little party tonight. We wondered if you and David, you know, and whatever bird you're currently... Oh. Oh, no. It's our fault for leaving so late, yes. All right, I'll see you in the pub sometime. Bye.
They're not going to Tom and Joan's.
And they're birds.
But we introduced them to Tom and Joan.
Of course we introduced them. Tom and Joan didn't know a living soul on earth till they met us.
I've never liked them.
What?
I wish I'd told you before.
Well, so do I. I only put up with them because I thought you liked Joan.
You mean you didn't like Tom?
Like Tom, that pimply, toppy-nosed communist? Oh, hello. Could I speak to Ozzy, please? Yeah, Oswald Thomas. Yes, thank you. You liked him and Ethel, didn't you?
Yes, I just hope Tom and Joan don't like them too.
Oh, darling, they don't even know Tom and Joan. Matter of fact, I think they rather appreciate being asked around, you know, when they're getting married soon and all that. Oh, hello, Ozzy. Ozzy, George. Yeah, grab Ethel and a bottle. We're having a party tonight. Don't eat first, whatever you do, because Kate's cooking... You don't know Tom and Joan. Nothing. I'll see you. Ethel's away. Tom's going with Miles.
Now who are you ringing?
Stephen and Jenny. Stephen and Jenny have never been asked out anywhere in their lives. Nobody could stand the sight of them. And they've never heard of Tom and Joan, and Tom and Joan have never heard of Stephen and Jenny.
Somebody must have introduced them. George, what have we done?
I don't know.
I suppose...
What?
Well, we've been out a lot lately. Perhaps they thought we'd been asked somewhere else. No.
Yes.
Do you think that's what they thought?
No, you're not far out. I know what's happened. They've heard that we've been out a lot lately, so they left us out on purpose.
Because they're jealous?
Can you think of any better explanation?
No.
You see Tom's thin lips, can't you? They're practically invisible.
They've been to 5 parties in the last fortnight, and we haven't been to one. Well, they're not coming to ours.
They probably threw this one specially, just so they could leave us out.
Yeah, and asked all our friends to try and prove they were their friends.
That's the way Joan would think, you know.
Well, they've failed, haven't they? They think we'd lose a moment's sleep just because we weren't asked around to their place.
Well, we wouldn't have gone, would we?
We wouldn't. Quite apart from the fact that we need a rest between orgies. Tom Peters pulls the smallest Scotches this side of the border.
And Joan's got a dirty bathroom.
Has she?
Haven't you noticed?
Well, no, I hadn't. Well, you know, we men just hop in and out, you know.
Tide mark round the bath, shaving soap all over the taps, hair in the plug hole, you know.
Oh, how disgusting. Tom wears filthy collars, you know. I think he changes them once a week.
And then Joan washes them in the bath. That accounts for the tide mark. Oh, I am glad they didn't ask us.
So am I. I mean, they're so chippity, they'd probably take umbrage if we turned them down.
And we wouldn't turn them down.
Flat. We need an evening alone together occasionally, don't we? Just because they can't stand to be a moment alone together. And I told you, I had this wave, you know, in the Holloway Road, like you had when you went in about the waste pipe.
So you don't mind it being just the two of us?
If you don't mind spending the evening with dreary old me.
No, you're not dreary.
I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, I thought I must be, not being invited to Tom and Joan's party. The magic's still around then, is it?
You're surprised?
Well, they say it doesn't last long once you're married, don't they?
Who says?
Tom and Joan.
Has lasted, hasn't it?
3 months and never a cross word.
Never.
Well, I might have criticised you once.
And me, you.
Can you say that?
What?
And me, you. Sounds a bit odd, is it? Vaguely Chinese.
Darling, I've got a confession to make.
What?
I am vaguely Chinese.
Oh, are you really? Our children will be very attractive.
Tom and Jones will be hideous.
Poor soul. With his lips.
In her bosom.
Of course, they might have a boy.
And Jones' bosom would just about pass on a boy.
Yeah, I've often passed it on Joan.
I feel sorry for them, don't you?
Yeah.
Having to throw a party just because they're jealous of us. Serve them right if it's a flop.
Well, it's bound to be, isn't it? His weak Scotches in her bosom.
Shouldn't think Peter and Nora will stick it for long.
Yeah. Oh, yes, they've gone, haven't they?
Yes, why?
Nothing, I've forgotten.
Forgotten what?
That Peter and Nora were going there. They're always good company, aren't they?
You didn't want company tonight.
I know.
You were glad it was just the two of us.
No, I'm just saying that, that, you know, if we'd had the misfortune to have been asked, if we hadn't been too tired to go, Peter and Nora would have taken the curse off the proceedings.
And Miles?
Yes, and Miles.
And John and David and Ozzy.
Now, what are you talking about?
You're sorry you're not there now, aren't you?
Good grief, who wanted to go first?
You see most of them all day, every day till night. Now you want to see them all evening as well.
Oh, Kate.
We've had this out before, you know.
Let's not have it out again.
Go to the party if you want to. I'm not stopping you.
No, Tom and Joan are stopping me. I haven't been invited, remember?
But you'd go if you had been.
Of course I wouldn't. I said so, hadn't I? I'm going to put my feet up and read a book for a change and eat your nosh and have an early night.
Good, because that's what I want too.
Good.
We're lucky people, aren't we?
What?
We're doing what we want. We're lucky.
Oh, yes, yes. It's ages since I read a book.
Well, there you are then.
Yes.
And I'll mend that tear in your dressing gown.
Oh, thank you, darling. Let's have a drink, eh?
Is there any?
I think so.
Lovely.
Yeah, I thought we had some white wine.
Oh.
What?
The chicken had it.
Oh.
Isn't there something left over from the bottle party?
Oh, yes, yes. Sweet vermouth.
Well, that's all right with soda, isn't it?
Is it?
And a bit of lemon.
Have we got any lemon?
No.
Oh, well, let us have a drop of soda, I suppose. You know, I wish your mother hadn't bought us this thing. You know, it always runs out when I'm desperate. Have we got any more of those soda bomb things?
All right, I'll go and see. What's on the other side of that record, darling? Play that.
Yeah, all right. Let's go gay.
Sorry, darling, we're out of soda bombs.
No.
Well, people drink sweet vermouth on its own, don't they?
Do they?
I think so.
Well, we haven't got any choice, have we? Cheers.
Cheers. Isn't it marvellous? Put your feet up, not you'd have got to dash anywhere.
Marvellous.
Let's go gay, let's fly high, paint the town martini dry. Let's go mad, throw a ball, ring up friends and have them all call. Let's go gay, let's go mad, break the rules, that can't be bad. Let's make love, let's make hay, stop the clocks and live for the day. Let the mood be pure abandonment. We'll ignore the ethical code and indulge our every random bent, drinking endless drinks for that endless road.
What are you doing?
I'm going to ring Tom.
Oh, no, George.
Supposing he invited us and we didn't get the invitation.
Well, suppose he hasn't invited us.
Well, he'll have to crack then, won't he?
Crack?
Look, if he's got a dirty great party going on at the other end of this phone and I ring him up, he'll have to ask us, won't he?
Well, I wouldn't go under those conditions.
Neither would I. But I want him to know that we know. That's what I... Tom? Oh, Tom. Yeah, George, darling. Well, you're a stranger. How are you? Good. Joan? Good. Oh, I'm fine. So she. Yeah, look, Tom. Yeah. Look, I'm sorry, Tom. There's so much noise going on the other end there. I can't hear myself. Oh, well, I was just, you know, browsing through my address book and I suddenly realized what an age it's been since you and Joan came over here. Yeah, it was our party, wasn't it? Yeah, no, I tell a lie. No, it was after that. When we all went to the pictures and you came back here for drinks. That's right, yes. Well, Tom, how about tonight? Coming round. Oh, what a shame. Oh, we just decided to have a few friends in. You know how very often these spontaneous do's turn out to be much more fun than the ones that are planned weeks ahead. Yeah, right. Well, there we are then. That's life. Yes. And mind you, Joan.
What did he say?
Say? He didn't say it. A shout. The noise going on there. People laughing, music, playing, glasses clinking. I'd say they'd invited the whole of Western Europe with the exception of us.
And he never mentioned it?
Never. When I said I couldn't hear him because of the noise, he simply raised his voice and said, "Is that better?"
Why didn't you ask him why?
Well, darling, what's the point? I mean, it's pretty pointless, isn't it? It's obvious. We're just poison.
What?
We're deaf. Nobody likes us.
Don't be...
Darling, they have invited absolutely everybody of our group except us. Even Ozzie Thomas, who's so shy and killing the party stone dead if you don't get him drunk in the first 5 minutes. Everybody's there. Everybody. We have studiously been ignored. There's a thundering great orgy going on there, straight out of Cleopatra. And nobody's even had the decency to notice that we're not there. But George, darling, don't be upset about it. What do you mean upset about it? It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not my fault either. It's both of us. We can't help being a pair of crashing bores.
Bores?
Yes, bores. They say marriage does a lot of people. Kills the spark.
Well, I hadn't noticed.
Well, you wouldn't, darling. Nor would I. It's like B.O. Someone has to tell you. We've turned into a couple of dull old sticks.
But how?
I told you, darling. You were saying how it's marriage does it, darling. It makes you all introspective. We're all wrapped up in us. I mean, we don't think about other people like we used to before we knew each other, do we? So why should they bother to think about us? I mean, the marriage may seem all very splendid to you and I, but the novelty's worn off for everyone else, so they don't want to invite us round and spend the whole evening watching us gazing into each other's eyes.
We have to be very quick to catch that.
What?
Well, we may be a couple of old sticks, George, but it doesn't need a Boy Scout to get a spark out of us.
Oh, but perhaps that's the reason why we're not asked out anymore. We're always rowing. No wonder we're never invited anywhere. People have got more consideration for their crockery.
But that's how you think of us, is it? Always rowing.
Good grief, you said it first.
Well, you call us crashing bores.
Can you give me another explanation why we haven't been asked out anywhere by anybody at any time that I can reasonably think of?
Hello, George.
Peter.
Kate, I thought I'd take you up on your invitation. Am I the first? Not too early, am I?
I thought you were at Tom and Jones.
Yeah, well, I was, but I didn't like the look of it. You know, practically open house. Couldn't move for people. No, nobody introduced you to anybody, so I thought to myself, right, I'm off to George and Kate's, I said. That's more my type of evening. Who else is coming? Well, it's still on your party, isn't it?
Well,
yeah, I brought a bottle.
What do you have?
Well, you know, I feel a bit of a mug leaving the other party for nothing, wouldn't I?
Gin and vermouth or gin without vermouth?
Tonic.
Tonic? Oh, tonic. Well, I'll have to go to the off-license. I didn't get a lot of stuff in, you know, in case, you know, till I knew what people were drinking.
No. Well, who else is coming then?
Well, it's all rather in the lap of the gods, really, you know, being so last minute. We'll just have to wait and see who bangs on the old door. See, oh, sorry, well, if you're drinking there, I'll look at it right now.
Peter, where's Nora?
What? Oh, Nora, she's still at Tom and Jones. Yes, we had a bit of a row, you see, that's why I left the other party. Argued all the way there. I thought to myself, at least she'll shut up when we get in, but the noise was so great that she carried on, you see. Except she screamed instead of shouting. Well, I think I'd better go. I'll only kill your party.
You are not going anywhere, mate. You're going to sit right down on that sofa. We are delighted to see you, aren't we, darling? How's your drink? Yeah. Oh, blimey, because you haven't got one. I just put it out the old...
Yeah, don't bother. I'll have what you're having.
You have what you like, mate. No expense in this house. What's your purse, darling? What started the row, anyway?
Oh, you.
Me?
Yeah, both of you. Well, Nora wondered why you weren't going to Tom and Jones tonight. I said, I expect they've turned it down. But she said she had a feeling that you hadn't been invited. I said, you know, that's a bit of an insulting thing to suggest. And she said, I'm always criticising her, and off we went.
Well, sorry it was because of us.
Oh, no. She was in a mood for a row tonight. You only sparked it off, that's all. Anyway, she was wrong, wasn't she? About Tom and Jones' party.
Well, how do you mean?
Yeah, you were invited, weren't you?
Well, yes.
Tell him the truth, George.
What do you mean, darling? What? Don't talk about it too much in front of Kate, you know, it's still upset. So the point is, we don't get on with Tom and Joan anymore. You know, we don't meet, you know.
Well,
I mean, they don't come to our parties, we don't go to theirs.
George, it's Tom. Can we go to their party?
No.
Yes, Tom, I'll tell you.
Tell him no. You know what's happened, don't you? They've heard from Miles or Nora that we knew about the party and they're trying to save their wretched faces. Look, he didn't invite us when I rang him, did he? No. Well, we're not being asked as an afterthought. Yeah, let me talk to him, will you? Yeah, Tom? Yeah, well, just do me one tiny favour, Tom, and save your larynx, will you? Look, we wouldn't come to your party tonight. It was the last one given on earth. And you had Elizabeth Taylor there. Oh, well, it's easy to say it now, isn't it? I mean, you've got no choice. You've got to say it. They sent us an invitation. Look, listen, old man. I rang you 10 minutes ago and you never mentioned it, did you? No. Yeah, I caught you on the hop, didn't it? Yeah. What? Look, the postman got as far as Peter and Nora. How was it it didn't get to us? We live next door, you know. He couldn't have been beaten back by the weather. Didn't he have the guts to admit that they hadn't sent us an invitation? No guts. Well, thank goodness we didn't get one. Cheers, old man. I'm so sorry. What am I talking about? John? Come along.
I'm a bit confused. I thought George said that you weren't speaking to Tom and Joan anyway.
Did he? Well, Pete, you ought to know by now George has a little trouble with the truth on these occasions.
Yeah.
We weren't asked, that's all. I must say, Tom sounded as though he thought he'd asked us.
Yes, but George rang him earlier.
Yes, Tom mentioned that. He said he nearly had a heart attack thinking he hadn't posted our invitation, but he never said anything because George had told him we were having a party. And then he checked with Joan, and she said she'd distinctly remembered. Tom and Joan Peters request the pleasure of the company of Kate and George Starling.
Oh, no, Kate, that's very easy to do. You know, first thing in the morning when you're feeling a bit dopey and you pick it up, you put it in your dressing gown. I've done it myself. Now, listen, Kate, don't tell him. Not tonight. No, not tonight. You feel terrible about it. I mean, it's bad enough him trying to pretend he doesn't mind not going to the party. Yeah, now, wait a minute. You've been careless too, haven't you? What about the night when you came back from your honeymoon and you knocked us up because George had lost the key, huh? Who had the key all the time?
Oh, don't.
Uh-huh. Well, there you are, then.
You men certainly stick together, don't you?
Oh, it's nothing to do with that. I just thought he'd be so upset he'd probably throw me out, and I can't leave two parties in one night without getting a drink.
Pour some wine to go with the food. Mr. Andrews let me chalk it up on the slate. Nice of him, wasn't it? The spirit of brotherhood still abroad, Peter, even if Tom and Joan haven't got me.
I'll never forget the way Tom tried to wriggle out of it, you know. And I told him he'd never mentioned his party when I rang him. I had him right on that hook, mate. Right on the hook. Let's have a music. Come on, let's get ourselves up. Let's really go gay at last. That's more like it now. But would you... Don't do the mending now,
Let's go
Tom.
gay.
It's not very hospitable, is it? Good heavens. I mean, honestly, you know, I've been trying to get the medicine for a month. I've been having to have breakfast in my Mac.
Bring up friends and have them all call. Let's go gay, let's go mad, break the rules, that can't be bad. Let's make love, let's make hay. Stop the clocks and live for the day.
Cheers.
Let the mood and we'll ignore the ethical code and indulge our every band event drink.
Yes, he is. Peter Nora.
For that endless road.
Hello, darling. Yeah. Yes, of course it is. Yeah. Wonderful. Splendid. Yeah. No, you were wrong about the invitation. Yes, they did get one. Only, George forgot it. He's just... what's it, darling? No, just the three of us. Yeah.
You found it too? Why didn't you beat me over the head?
And now I quits on that key.
I'm so sorry, darling.
Oh, don't mind me. You apologise to Tom.
Yes, I will. Tomorrow morning.
On the phone.
Yeah, right. Bye, darling. Laura's on her way out. Party's the biggest flop of all time. People are walking out in droves. Oh, she's bringing Mars with her. And David and John are coming too, with their birds and bottles. I said that was all right. It is, isn't it? Yes, Peter, yes. It's absolutely fine.
Tomorrow it's our anniversary. We got engaged a year ago. Down at Padley, you remember? No, nothing's actually arranged yet. I should imagine George has completely forgotten it. He never said a word this morning. Yes, well, it has depressed me a bit. I've just put out the calendar and our engagement pictures to try and remind him. Now, I know it's not the same as a wedding anniversary, but I expect he'll forget that, too. And it's the first anniversary we can celebrate. It's ages to our wedding one. Well, that's not for 9 months. Hello, darling. Yes, it is. He's got a parcel. I'll be at the back now. Bye. Hello, darling.
What's not for 9 months?
Our wedding anniversary.
Oh! Hello, darling.
Oh, darling, you shouldn't have.
God, don't touch that. It's Bill's. In here, Bill.
Bill?
Yeah, Bill Parker. I was at school with him. I just met him. He just parked in the car. There you are, Bill. This is Kate.
How are you, Kate?
Yeah, he jumped the lights of the station and nearly ran me over.
Oh, I did.
You did, Roadhog.
Jaywalker.
Then we recognised each other.
Yes, people thought we were going to have a fight when I stopped the car and got out.
So we walked up to each other and fell on each other's necks. What did I say? He must come and meet you and have a drink, you know, and meet you, of course. Get the glasses, will you, darling? You must see this toy that he bought back for his son.
You know, at this rate, I think I might break it before he does.
Honestly, but it sounds absolutely fantastic.
Hold that, will you?
Yeah, sure.
I must say, I've never seen anything like it in my life.
It's foreign made, of course.
Oh,
it's off, look.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. Oh, see, now, look, it's fantastic.
It's like a woman driver.
Beer, Bill?
Just a quick one, George. I want to give this to the boy before he goes to bed.
Yeah, last time Bill and I had a drink, it was lemon squash, remember, Bill?
Do I remember?
Yeah, quite a lemon squash, a couple of donuts. What were those big sweets we used to buy in the old days?
Oh, yes, huge things that sort of change colour as you sucked.
Gobstoppers.
That's right. What were those other things we liked as well?
Aniseed balls?
No. They were rack, pink things.
Bubblegum.
That's right, bubblegum.
You chewed it and you blew through it. Absolutely revolting.
Oh, tell all of your face.
Hello, what's the old photograph album doing here? I say, Bill, I think I've got a photograph of us here somewhere.
Really?
In the second 11.
Did you ever make the first?
No, I dropped to the third. Hey, darling, this is the wrong album, darling. What's this old one? Where's my new one?
I don't know.
Hey, do you know, I think I've got a couple of pictures at home with you in.
Have you? Oh, here we are.
Yes. Look, you must come round one evening, have a look at them. Oh, you and Kate, of course.
Chat about old times. Can't be bad, darling. Look at this.
Look at old Skinny.
What do you mean, skinny? That's solid sinew, old man. At least I didn't have spots like you.
Yes, you did. We all did at that age.
Did we?
Of course we did. Dawn of manhood. Well, I must go. Otherwise, the boy will be calling for his dad up.
Well, give us a ring, Bill, won't you?
Yes, I will. You in the book?
No. You? Oh, I'll ring you then.
Fine. Nice to have met you, Kate. You know, at school we all called George the boy least likely to get married.
Yeah, they all thought I grew up peculiar.
Yeah, well, look at you. I'm sorry.
Do me a favour, you mind?
Bye-bye.
Hey, can I see you out? Right, cheers. What a coincidence, darling. My word, it is a small world. He must be 9 years ago, you know. No, Teddy was such a little fella. He was tiny. Did you see the photograph? You seen grown legs? Anything wrong, darling?
I put the calendar there to remind you
Remind me.
about our anniversary.
Anniversary?
You've forgotten, haven't you?
Well, no, of course I haven't.
Why haven't you mentioned it?
Well, Oh, sorry, darling. I did forget.
I knew you had.
Well, it's even worse than that, darling. I don't know what I'm supposed to remember. Well, I mean, we've only been married 3 months, so it can't be anything to do with that, unless you want to celebrate every quarter.
We got engaged before we got married, didn't we?
Well, of course we did, of course. Of course. It was a year ago today we got engaged. No? But you said.
It was a year ago tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Well, that's fine. We haven't missed it then, have we? What's all the fuss about then?
Never mentioned it. Doesn't mean anything to you, does it?
Well, of course it does, darling. It's terribly important. I mean, we wouldn't be here if we hadn't done it, would we? Well, what would you like to do then to celebrate? I mean, I tell you what, we could go out to dinner tomorrow and then we could go to the theatre. Look, what do you want to see? You choose, darling. I'll just have a look and see what's on. Where are we now? How about The Taming of the Shrew? Well, you choose, darling.
Well, what about Padley?
Padley? Where's that on?
We got engaged down there.
Oh, Padley! Of course, yes, of course. What, you mean go down there for the day?
Well, why not? It's Saturday tomorrow.
Well, yes, darling, but...
Oh, I would love to see it again, George. We had a wonderful time there, didn't we?
Yes, but...
I haven't forgotten a moment.
Nor me, darling. It's
We
just
walked
that...
for miles along the river, hand in hand.
Yeah, it's...
And there were dozens of other couples doing the same thing, and we hardly noticed them, and they didn't notice us.
Just what
we
I'd
sat in that little boathouse, and you carved our names on the wall, and we had dinner at that lovely hotel.
I'd arranged to go to Brands Hatch. Sort of.
When?
Tomorrow morning.
When did you arrange it?
Just now.
Oh, sure.
Well, Bill suggested it, darling. He's going down too, you see, and his wife, but they give us a lift and we'll be back in plenty of time to have dinner and go to the theatre. And we've never been to a race, darling. Bill says it's great fun. Thousands of people go and there's bars there and everything. We could have a celebration noggin.
George, do you really think I want to spend my anniversary watching a lot of smelly cars?
Smelly, darling?
Surrounded by thousands of people.
Well, there'll be thousands of people down at Padley.
Yes, well, it's a different sort of people, isn't it?
Oh, nonsense, darling. I expect lots of people will be holding hands at Brands Hatch.
Well, I shan't be among them.
But Kate, you'd enjoy yourself. Honestly, you would. You like Bill, don't you?
Not particularly.
What?
Well, we didn't exactly converse, did we?
Well, yeah, it's just we haven't seen each other for so long.
Well, I wasn't mad about him, George, but even if I adored him, I wouldn't want to spend my anniversary with him. I want to spend it with one person and one person only, and if that's too much to ask, I'll go down to Padley on my own.
Don't be silly, Donna. Don't get upset. Of course we'll go to Padley together. I was being very selfish. We'll have a good time down there. We had a good time last time, didn't we? And we'll walk by the river again and do all the things we did last time, like walking by the river.
You can hardly remember, can you?
Of course I can, Donna. We sat in that boathouse.
Yes, I just reminded you of that, didn't I? Oh, no, you go to Brands Hatch, George. There's no point in an anniversary if you can't remember what it is we're celebrating.
I wish you wouldn't keep on saying I don't remember.
You don't, I can tell.
We took a picnic lunch, didn't we? And we had it under a... had it under a weeping willow, didn't we?
You do remember?
Of course I do, darling. We'll do that tomorrow, eh?
Oh, yes, darling. And you make up a flask of lime juice, rattling with ice cubes like last time.
Right, that's settled then. We'll catch a train to Padley first thing tomorrow morning and take our lunch.
And then we can have dinner at that lovely hotel by the river.
Well, yeah, we'll try, darling, but it was rather crowded, you know, and it might be better to grab a cold snack at a pub.
Well, you can ring up and book a table, can't you?
Well, I don't know their number, darling, you see, and they're not in the London directory.
Well, you can ring directory inquiries.
Yes.
And then you'd better ring Bill and tell him we can't make tomorrow, hadn't you?
Yes, darling.
Do you know, I think it was the happiest day I ever had. I can remember every minute of it, can't you?
Yes, darling.
We had artichoke hearts for dinner, and then duckling.
Yeah.
And we reached the hotel by a tiny little bridge, do you remember?
Yes, darling.
Even the journey down was wonderful. Just the two of us in the compartment. We both knew somehow, didn't we?
What? Oh, that I was going to propose.
George, are you sure you remember?
Darling, I've told you, I remember it all. Hello. Oh, I'm so sorry to trouble you. I wonder if you could possibly give me the number of the... Darling, what was the name of the hotel?
Here's a lovely empty one, darling. I can hardly believe it's a whole year ago, can you?
No, darling.
And yet in some ways it seems more than a year, doesn't it?
Yes, darling.
We certainly didn't think we'd be doing this a year ago, did we?
I know.
You were quite like this then.
Was I?
Mm. And I said penny for your thoughts, and you said they weren't worth a penny. They were, weren't they? Penny for them now, darling.
Well, I could do with a penny and all. They put up the fare since last year.
You weren't thinking about the fare last time.
Well, of course I wasn't. It was quite reasonable that time. They put it up 25%. Do you realise it? 25%. We haven't put on weight. We're not harder to pull, are we? I'll tell you one thing. Next time I get engaged, I'll do it a bit nearer home.
Darling.
Hmm?
Last time you had your arm around me.
Did I?
The whole way. I wonder if that old waiter's still there.
What old waiter did I?
At the hotel. He served us at dinner, and he asked us why we'd left so much, and we told him we'd just got engaged. We said he was the first person we'd told, and he was thrilled, wasn't he?
Nah.
I expect he'd often wondered what happened to us. And I wonder if that funny wine waiter's still there. Do you remember? He opened the champagne and the cork flew across the room and landed in somebody's mousse. And the shop where we bought the ring, I wonder if the lady with the laugh still there.
Darling, I expect so. I expect they're all there. I can't think why they should all suddenly leave the area because we got engaged. Morning. Oh, morning.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I expect you'll think I'm being a bit pessimistic carrying a raincoat on a lovely day like this. But the forecast did say, you know, the weather mightn't hold. On the radio, in the paper too. Better be safe than sorry, eh? Now, I've never known it rain at Padley. I go down there several times every year and I've always had a fine day. Do you know Padley? Most romantic spot, isn't it? All those courting couples. You see them in the winter, you know. Cold and frosty day, but there they are, wandering along the riverbank for all the world as though the sun was blazing down. Nothing in the paper on Saturday, is there?
No.
Would you care to read it?
No, thanks.
No?
Really?
I expect you're like me. You like to chat on a journey. Me too. I always think, why be like ships that pass in the night? If you find congenial company on a journey, why not take advantage of it? I mean, you might never pass this way again, don't you agree?
Bye-bye.
I don't see anything to laugh at.
Darling, do you know, I only think he took a breath every 5 miles.
Ruined the journey down, absolutely ruined it.
Darling, we didn't come for the journey down.
I did, it was all part of it. It was wonderful last time.
Good Lord. Isn't that a place we got the ring?
I wondered when you notice it.
I thought it was a bit further down. Oh, well, do you want to go and see if the lady with the laugh still there?
Don't be so horrible, George.
Oh. Yes. I'll tell you something to give you a laugh. Remember last time we were joking, because I got so nervous in case you chose the most expensive ring?
Hmm?
Well, I never told you, but you did.
No, I didn't. I knew which was the most expensive. That's why I chose this one.
No, Di, no. If you remember, you were looking through some pretty expensive ones, remember? And you've seen the tags. You suddenly picked out a much cheaper one. It was half the price of the other, so I covered up the tag quick as a flash. You said, let's have a look, and I said, no. The price is immaterial. You choose the one you really want, remember? And lo and behold, you went and chose one of the others.
Well, only because I thought I was saving you money.
Yeah, I know, darling.
You must know I preferred the other one.
Which other one, darling?
The one you wouldn't let me see the tag of.
But that was the cheapest one, darling.
Yes, I know. Well, you made it sound so expensive that I thought I'd better pick this one, but I did like the other one better.
I'm sorry, darling.
No, it's all right.
Well, let's go back in and see if the cheap one's still there.
After all the money you spent on the fair, come on, George.
Kate, I've ruined your day so far, haven't I?
Don't be silly.
Yes, I have, telling you about the ring, grumbling about the fair, and forgetting the day altogether, and then that man on the train.
Well, he wasn't your fault.
Well, I can assure you that nothing's going to go wrong from now on. I'm going to see that you enjoy today as much as last time, if not more. So what's the program, You name it, we'll do it. Well, now, let's see. What did we last year? We strolled up the river, didn't we? And then we had a breather in that boathouse. That was my undoing, wasn't it? That's why I popped the question. Well, we could have a look and we could have a look on the wall. We could look on the wall and see if our names are still there, and then we'll have our picnic lunch and take a quick nap, and it'll be about time to walk up the river again over that lovely little bridge to the hotel. I booked a table for 7 o'clock. Come on, darling. Let's foot forward. Well, I don't know about you, darling. I couldn't be damper if I swum across.
Good evening, sir, madam. Shall I take your things for you?
Yes, thanks very much, very kind of you. Well, brings the old memories flooding back, doesn't it, darling?
Oh, come on, George.
But I thought we'd have a drink at the bar first.
George, we're late.
Only 20 minutes. Oh, there's that old waiter of yours.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening to you. Lovely to see you again. How are you? Well, we made it.
I beg your pardon, sir?
We got married. All legal. Made an honest woman of her. We got engaged here a year ago.
Oh, I see, sir.
Don't you remember? I told you.
We booked a table.
What name, madam?
Starling.
Ah, yes, I'm sorry, madam. I had to let your table go. I never know it was a busy day. And when you didn't appear at 7 o'clock.
Well, that's charming, isn't it? And I paid through the nose for a toll call, so this
when
wouldn't
may
happen.
we have a table?
Well, we're fully booked, you see, madam. But I told the couple who took your table that it had actually been booked. And they were very generous. They said if you turned up, they wouldn't mind you sharing it.
Very generous.
They're on the sweet course, so they should be finished before very long.
Yeah, well, all right, we'll wait at the bar.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. There's another reservation for your table at 8:15. If you wish to have time to enjoy your meal.
But honestly, look, I paid for a toll call just to get
will
this
you
settled so
show
it wouldn't happen.
That would book the table.
Good evening.
All right. Good evening.
Oh, well, we don't really need the old menu, do we, darling? We'll just have what we had last year, artichoke hearts.
I'm sorry, sir. Artichoke hearts are off. There's been such a run on them. So sorry. Soup? Hors d'oeuvre?
Soup, darling, or hors d'oeuvre? Hors d'oeuvre.
Hors d'oeuvre.
And then it was duckling, wasn't it, darling? Unless that's off too, of course.
No, sir. For two?
Please, and green peas, roast potatoes. And then to finish up with strawberries.
I'm sorry, sir. It really has been a very heavy day. I can recommend the plums.
Plums? Plums.
Plums. Thank you, sir. Shall I send the wine waiter?
Yes. We'll have champagne.
No.
Yes, we will. We had it last time.
We got engaged last time.
Darling, by the look of things, we're going to remember today just as vividly.
Champagne's ridiculously expensive here.
Well, all right. Well, we'll have half a bottle then, all right?
Good evening, sir, madam.
Good evening to you. Well, champagne, same as last time.
I beg your pardon.
Champagne.
Oh, certainly, sir. May I suggest number 29?
You recommend that, do you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Yes, well, that should be fine, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, half a bottle, please.
Oh. We don't do half bottles of that, sir.
Well, I tell you what, old man, bring us a half of what you do, will you?
Mr. Sankey Jones. Telephone call for Mr. Sankey Jones. Mr. Sankey Jones?
Yes?
Telephone call, sir.
Oh, who is it?
Your wife, sir.
Well, tell her I'm not here, will you? Thank you.
Right, sir.
Sweetheart, come on.
Disgusting.
I'm very sorry, sir. I'm afraid there's only one portion of duckling left.
Oh, honestly?
I'm sorry, sir.
I should think you should be. You might not guess it, but this happens to be a celebration.
I could recommend the veal stew.
Veal what?
Yes, thank you.
No, you have the duckling, darling.
2 veal stews, please. No need to make it worse, you know.
It's all my fault. Go on, all my fault.
No, it's mostly mine trying to recreate the past. Everybody knows it never works, but it doesn't help to have you rubbing it in.
I didn't rub it in, but now you mention it, I will. We'd have had a better day at Brands Hatch, and now I've said it.
Yes, well, I'm sorry, but it's too late to do anything about that, isn't it? We've just got to face the fact that the day's been a disastrous failure, and that's all there is to it.
It has not been a disaster. It has not. It has... Oh, well. This'll cheer us up anyway. Hope nobody's having moose. What number's that?
25, sir.
Well, cheers, darling.
Hello again. Are you following me and am I following you? Isn't it incredible? We only met a few hours ago and already I feel we're old friends. And it's a good thing we are because otherwise I'd never have got a seat at your table. You know, the waiter told me the place was full. And I was just about to go and I saw you two sitting here. I said, they're old friends of mine, they're expecting me. Yeah, there's watching us now, so you better look as though we are. You know, I don't know about you, I think it must be the air down here. I'm absolutely famished. Do you find that when you're in Catley, you eat like a horse? I say, you don't mind me joining you, do you? I never thought to ask.
Well, actually, we're expecting some friends.
Oh, what a shame. Well, you don't mind me staying till they come, do you?
Well, they're due any minute, you see.
Oh, well, never mind. I'll see you again sometime. I enjoyed our little chat.
Did you organise this?
Oh, you said it to get rid of him. I didn't know they were coming.
We've toured every pub in the area looking for you. Wonderful excuse for a crafty booze, of course. Oh, you don't know Patsy, do you, my old lady? Kate and George Starling, who I was at school with. George, not Kate. More than mind if we sit down?
Sure.
Jolly good. Well, we went to Brands Hatch. Lousy meeting, no formal stuff at all. Then I suddenly remembered you ringing me and telling me you were coming over here. So I said to Patsy, let's pop across and see if we can meet up with them. Well, you certainly salvaged our Saturday, eh, Pats? Yeah. Well, if we hadn't bumped into you, I was all for cutting our losses and shooting home for an early night. You know how it is. You look forward to something, doesn't pan out right. It's usually not worth doing anything about it, is it? I mean, better to call it a day. I say we're not butting in on anything, are we? I mean, this is not a special do.
No. No, actually, you've salvaged our Saturday too, Bill.
You're sure? She's not just saying that, is she, George?
I don't think so.
No, we look forward to something that didn't pan out.
Really?
As you said, there's not often there's anything you can do about it.
Well, that's great. We'll have a ball, eh? Yes, we'll have a meal here, do a tour of a few taverns. You must call in at our place on the way home for a nightcap and see those photographs.
Great.
Marvellous. I say, we've got time for a beer. I'm parched.
Darling? Thank you, darling.
I say, see they haven't been married long, eh, Pats? Yes, I found the photographs. You didn't know the photographs? Do you know who's in one of them? No. Peters. Not Piggy Peters. Just with the big ears.
We did interrupt, didn't we, Kate?
Well, yes, it's our engagement anniversary, but it didn't matter. Don't tell Bill. How did you guess?
Your expression seemed familiar.
Familiar?
Don't tell Bill. Today's our wedding anniversary.
I say, that sounds like a good one. You couldn't bear to repeat it, could you?
Nora?
No, he hasn't rung. And I'd like to ring him.
Well, no news is good news.
Whatever that means.
Come in for a minute. When would he hear about the rise if he got it?
I don't know. This morning, I thought. Well, we're both prepared for him not to get it. That's why I can't understand him not ringing. Good heavens, a job when he carries an extra 100 a year. What's that? £2 a week. What can one do with £2 a week?
Well, this is one worry I shall never have with George. Waiting to hear whether he's got promotion or not.
Don't be silly, dear.
He's just not a pusher, poor darling. Well, look at his face. Can you see those little features behind an executive desk and a big cigar?
Well, you don't do too badly, do you? Nice new outfit?
New? This hem's been raised and lowered more times than the Union Jack.
Really?
Well, I'm glad it doesn't show. I've just been to tea with an old school friend. We've got the most beautiful house and a garden, and all the furniture's hers. I couldn't help thinking all we own is the bed.
Well, that's nice to fall back on, dear. Hello, darling. Oh, darling, it doesn't matter.
Ta-da! Shake hands with a potential millionaire.
Oh, darling!
Oh, okay.
Many congratulations, Peace.
Thanks.
Isn't he wonderful? I knew you'd get it, darling. Didn't I tell you? But why didn't you ring me?
Why didn't I ring? They kept me in suspense till 4:30, that's why. Then when Armitage came in to give me the good news, he produced a bottle. Then I booked a table for dinner at the Cocotte. Then I booked seats for the theatre.
Tonight?
Yes, so you better step on it.
I must be going.
Goodbye, dear.
Yeah, you're Susan, won't you, Kate?
Yes, of course.
Darling, could we afford something new for the flat, do you think?
How about a crate of whiskey?
Darling, where are you?
Down here.
Who are you hiding from?
I broke a vase.
Never mind, darling. I'll buy you a new one, two if you like.
George, what's happened?
It was in my horoscope this morning. Financial surprise.
Not promotion.
Promotion? Give me a chance, darling. I haven't been there for 100 years yet. No, I got 3 lemons on the fruit machine. 34 and 6. Look at it, all mine. Lovely. Mind you, I must be honest. It wasn't all profit. I had to spend 7 bob to get it. Do you know, I just had a feeling, you know, I just knew I was going to make a killing.
What fruit machine?
Oh, and a little club Ronnie Forrest took me to. He was celebrating. The building society came up with his mortgage.
Lucky Ronnie.
Oh, darling, they deserve it, honestly. With that baby and that awful little hole in Victoria, you know, we went to dinner there. You said you didn't know how they stuck it. We got back here and you said how lucky we were to have our little nest. Oh, there's nothing like it, darling, after a hard day on the fruit machine. Oh. Anything wrong, darling?
Well...
Ah, thought you like a drop of our champagne.
Isn't it marvellous, George?
What's all this then? What
did Kate tell you?
Not your rise. Yes. Congratulations, old man. We both had a bit of luck today. I got 3 lemons on the fruit machine, 34 and 6.
Well, you won't need this then, will you? I expect you got your own.
We must celebrate. Look, what are we doing? How about the Italian place?
No, I'm afraid we're going out, actually.
No, we haven't long.
Well, hurry up, darling.
Shall we tell them?
Oh, darling, it's early days yet.
Oh, no, I got a feeling. Well, you know what I mean, George. You sort of know things are going your way.
I had it on the fruit machine. Isn't that funny, darling?
Yeah, it's just a hint at the bus stop, you see, but I may be getting a transfer to our factory outside Edinburgh. Of course, we hate leaving London, and you too, but it means a house on the estate up there, you see. Bungalow type, mate. Bit of a change from 27 Aberdare Road, huh?
You could come up and stay.
That would be wonderful, wouldn't it, darling?
Yeah, so I thought, you know, no harm in getting the taste, just in case.
Well, knock it back, darling.
It is jolly nice of you to know all this. I'll do the same for you when I get my rise.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. By the time that firm of yours gets round to giving you a rise, we'll all be dead.
From shock, if not old age.
Come on, darling, you must go.
Well, you'll have a good time, won't you?
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Not half, don't worry about that.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, old man. Bye. Whew, what a day. A win on the fruit machine and a glass of champagne. Whew, a life-crowding incident, I can tell you that. Jolly nice of him, you know. I should miss them if they go, though, won't you? Mind you, I wouldn't want to go to Scotland. It's a bit dour up there, you know. No, house or no house, I wouldn't want to leave here.
Wouldn't you?
What, darling?
Is this your dream of home?
Home?
Well, look around you, George.
Have you gone off the curtains again?
I've gone off the curtains and the table lamp and the 3-piece suite, and it's not a home, George. Nothing's mine.
Nothing's mine either, darling.
You don't have to spend so much time here as I do.
Well, I know, but I always tell you, darling, I look forward all day to getting back. The bed's ours. Hey, what's caused all this? Well, you don't have to tell me. It's pretty obvious. It's Peter's promotion, isn't it?
Don't be silly.
I'm sorry, darling. You'll just have to face the fact that I'm a failure.
Of course you're not.
I'm a failure. You've either got it or you haven't. And I haven't. I've been in the same job for 5 years, and the only move I've made in any direction was 6 months ago when they put me in a smaller office.
George, I promise.
So why do you suddenly get unsettled then if it isn't because of Peter?
Well, because I went to tea with Anne Cornish today, that's why. Will you remember their house?
Yes, I thought it was hideous.
Did you?
Well, she never did have any taste, did she? Or she'd never have married that haulage contractor.
Well, anyway, that's why I said what I said. Nothing to do with you.
Appalling taste. Honestly, darling, a gargoyle instead of a bath tap.
Darling, there's only one gargoyle.
Blimey, even the umbrella stand's a dodo. But, darling, I know this isn't paradise, but we looked at 63 flats before we found it, and we left it. You were so happy you cried in front of the agent.
Yes, I know.
You said it's the first place we've seen that's really like home, didn't you? Even Ronnie Forrest said how lucky we were to be here, didn't he?
Yes, darling.
Well, then, touch of the manic depression today, that's all. But don't take it out in the old homestead. Come on, let's go out and spend some of my ill-gotten gains. Where would you like to eat? How about the West End? A lot of new places open, you know. Do you know what I rather fancy? I fancy the sort of place where you put your money down first and eat as much as you can afterwards. I'll make them laugh on the other side of their faces. Whole boar's head. Don't worry, it'll be marvellous. Whole boar's head for hors d'oeuvre. Can't be bad. You can get changed, darling. A couple of glasses of vino and a couple of boar's heads. The old place won't look nearly so bad. Blimey, you just need a coat of paint, that's all. What's wrong with the place, anyway? Kate, you're right. You're absolutely right. This placid disgrace. Everything you touch falls to pieces. I'm sorry, darling. I should have noticed it before.
Well, I suddenly realised nothing's ours.
I should hope not. I'd hate it even more.
Just a couple of new little pieces would make such a difference.
Would they? Well, you get them, darling.
George!
Well, I might not be a tycoon like Peter, but there's still higher purchase, isn't there?
Well, it's a furnished flat. Are we allowed?
We're allowed to do anything we want to store any bits we pitch out, that's all.
Oh, darling. And there'd be something towards our next flat, wouldn't they? Our unfurnished place.
That's right. So, what are these 2 little pieces you want, darling?
Well, well, I've always wanted a standard lamp. You know, with a nice big shade.
A really big one? Well, you sort one out and give us tomorrow.
Oh, thank you, darling.
Now, anything else?
Well, if we have a matching table lamp here... No, 2. 1 here and 1 here. Then we could do away with the overhead light. I've always hated overhead lights.
Well, that's 3 lamps, darling.
But it makes such a difference, darling.
I'm not quibbling, darling.
Oh, thank you, darling.
Well, there you are, then.
Well, and then an Indian rug in front of the fireplace like me, Peter and Nora have got. The fireplace should really be the focal point, you see, darling.
Yes, I do see, darling, but...
One of those clocks would help here. You know, they're under glass, like stuffed birds, and they've got little brass balls going round and round at the bottom.
Really?
And a couple of Venetian glasses, one either end in vivid colours, darling, and something in crystal instead of this awful thing. Not real crystal, of course.
No, but look, we've got 3 small lamps to do away with the overhead light.
Oh, we shan't use it, darling. It'll just be for show, a little chandelier thing. And a mirror on that wall, darling.
A little mirror, yes.
No, darling, a big mirror. It doubles the size of the room.
But, darling, it doubles the price, you see.
So I'm not worried about the kitchen.
Oh, good.
The bedroom is great.
Oh, I quite like a bedroom.
With those curtains?
Oh, I don't think we can touch those, darling.
Can't we?
No, there's sort of a fixture, you see. Anyway, it's not really the curtains, is it? I mean, the walls could do with a lick of paint. That's really it, isn't it? And that's not our responsibility. It's old Cartwright's them. You know, I'm a good mind to complain. These walls are a disgrace.
Oh, yes, darling, do complain.
I will. I'll go see him first thing tomorrow. I mean, if he did the place up a bit, perhaps you wouldn't worry quite so much about all those other things, you know.
Well,
I'm going to speak to you very strongly. I mean, in fact, we're paying 7 guineas, you know. 7 guineas for a furnished pigsty. Well, it's not good enough. We want value for money.
I've never seen you like this, George.
Well, why should we put... What?
Well, so forceful. Oh, darling, you should do it more often. I'm sure you'd do better.
Do what more often, darling?
Well, be pushing. Doesn't mean being aggressive, darling. Just pushing. Having a bit more faith in yourself. Taking the odd chance. Not worrying about what people might think.
Oh, yeah, yes, I can be like that if it's necessary, you know.
Well, it's necessary tomorrow, darling.
Yes.
Well, I should decide beforehand what you're going to say to him.
Oh, I will. Oh.
Oh, darling, you are wonderful. I'll go get you some supper.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Cartwright.
He's out. Would you like to wait? Have a seat.
I'll stand, thanks. How long will he be?
I have no idea.
Mr. Cartwright?
Probably had his deaf aid turned off. Yes. Can't see the point of it off his phone. He's always got his aid off. Right.
Right. Mr. Cartwright, my name is Starling, George Starling. I am the tenant of 1A, 27 Aberdare Road. I've been there for 4 months now, Mr. Cartwright, and quite frankly, the general condition of this flat is an absolute disgrace. The wallpaper's filthy.
Your name's what?
Starling. George Starling. Flat 1A, 27 Aberdare Road. And as I was just saying, I've been there 4 months now, Mr. Cartwright, and frankly, the general condition...
27 Aberdare, yes.
Yes, and frankly...
Flat 1A.
1A, yes. And frankly, Mr. Cartwright, it's a disgrace. The wallpaper's filthy, the curtains need cleaning, the furniture's riddled with woodworm. Even the PowerPoints are alive, Owen, and you expect 7 guineas a week. Well, I'm sorry to have to tell you that the boom's gone right out of your business now, you know. There are plenty of good flats to be had at very reasonable prices, and if you want us to go on paying your price, you will have to do something about it.
Of course I'll do something about it, Mr. Starling.
What? Oh, well, good, because quite frankly...
I'll give you a fortnight's notice.
Now, listen, Mr. Cartwright...
With effect from today.
But all we want is some decent wallpaper.
Well, I dare say you'll find that in one of these good flats to let at reasonable prices.
Mr. Cartwright...
Mr. Starling, I could let your flat 10 times over every week in the year.
Well, it was just the wallpaper.
I could let it without wallpaper. Practically without walls. People are happy with just a roof these days.
Now, look, sir, let's talk this over.
Miss Marsh.
Yes, Mr. Cartwright?
Would you let the agency know that flat 1A, 27 Aberdare Road is to let?
Yes, sir.
Perhaps I was a little...
Good afternoon, Mr. Starling.
All right. I shall go to the nearest agency and find another flat this afternoon. And it won't be just a flat I'll find either, Mr. Cartwright. It'll be a home as well, because I can assure you that, quite frankly, I wouldn't care...
Giffords were going to deliver, but I just couldn't wait, so I took a taxi. Well, 2 taxis, actually. I had to borrow £1 off Nora, but I just couldn't do it all in one. Darling, doesn't it make a difference? And the HP on the whole lot is under 30 shillings a week, and when old Cartwright does the walls... Well, did you see him, darling?
Yes,
Kate. Oh, and darling, I'll never go to heaven. I told Nora a whopping great lie. It just slipped out. I'm so embarrassed, you see, having to borrow off, especially now Peter's appointment's been confirmed. Did you know? Oh, no, of course you didn't. Well, it has, and they're going north in a week or 2, so I thought they'll never find me out. So I told Nora that you'd had a rise, too. Well, I'm sorry, darling, but she saw all the stuff, and I suddenly remembered Peter joking at you last night about us all being dead before we got promotion. Well, it isn't really a lie, is it, darling? It's more a form of positive thinking.
Kate.
Oh, say you like it all, darling.
Darling, I like it all, but if you just let me... Just listen to me for one moment. I went to see Cartwright.
Congratulations, George.
Well, there you are. You see, you said you had a feeling. I tell you, mate, there are more things in heaven and earth.
Darling, the flat looks lovely.
And old Cartwright's going to do the walls. George went to see him this afternoon.
And you say you got some change out of old Cartwright? Oh. Well, you're keeping the champagne very well hidden, old man.
What?
Well, you said you were going to crack a bottle when you got your rise.
Look, Peter...
George, I'll tell him.
Don't be silly, dear. He's only joking. We came in to ask you round to us.
Yeah, I want to try out our new, the present I gave Nora.
Yes, a cocktail shaker. Just what I've always wanted.
Come and help us christen it.
Yes, we'd love to.
Go on, I'll get mixing. Give me 2 minutes.
Oh, is Mr. Starling in?
George?
Oh, Mr. Starling, we met, didn't we, when I showed you this place? I'm from the Elgin Estate Agency. Mr. Cartwright said you'd be expecting prospective tenants. He spoke to you, I believe.
No.
Oh, well, perhaps he spoke to your lady wife. Normally we ring before we arrive, but in this case, Mr. Cartwright assured me you were expecting us.
I'm sorry, but it's not convenient at the moment. You just...
What is it, darling?
Oh, Mrs. Starling, did Mr. Cartwright ring you?
Oh, you're from the agency, aren't you?
That's right, madam.
No, he didn't. My husband fixed it up. Do come in.
Oh.
About the wallpaper.
Already?
Well, this is the main room.
Oh, it's lovely.
As you can see, it's been recently refurbished by the landlord. What a lovely thing. It's a very nice sized room. It could be completely shut off from the kitchen by this device.
Oh, George, I'll tell you later.
Modern sink unit, capacious refrigerator.
Tell me now.
Not in front of Nora.
Yes, you're not letting, are you?
No, we're not.
Won't be long. This is the bedroom. Yes, this bed does in fact belong to the present occupiers, but it would of course be replaced by another, by the landlord.
George, are you going to speak to him or shall I?
Half remember. All conveniently adjacent.
Yes, well, I think we've decided already, eh, darling? We'll take it.
I can't tell you. It's a king to all the others we've seen.
There's no need to cry now, darling. Mind you, we have seen some shockers.
Well, we mustn't take up any more of Mrs. Starling's time. Thank you so much.
This is really like home. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And I hope we'll do business again some other time, Mr. Starling. Thank you.
Cartwright gave me a fortnight's notice.
You've lost the flat. Oh, George. Our first home and you've thrown it away.
You hated it yesterday.
Yes, and anyway, you can afford something better now, can't you? Now George has got his rise.
I haven't got a rise.
No, he hasn't, Nora. I don't know why I said it.
I know. Why? Because you're ashamed of me, that's why.
Darling.
I'm not blaming you, mind. You cast your net and landed a nit. With a potential of 800 a year and a faculty of being completely out of the way every time bonus time comes round. You've got a right to feel ashamed.
Just see how Peter's doing.
He's doing very well, thanks very much, Nora. That's what sparked this whole thing off.
No, I meant...
He deserves to do well. Like, he's the pushing type. Good luck to him. But I am just not a pusher. I tried the pushing bit today, didn't I? I had a go. You must admit I did. Oh, what happened? I'm going to complain about the walls, and 5 minutes later I haven't got a wall to complain about.
But look, our flat's free. Why not move in there, pro tem?
That's not really the argument, though, Nora.
No, but it's always a much better argument if you've got somewhere to argue in. You can't he'd never know. He never comes round. We could go on paying the rent and you could send it to us. Well, it's much the same shape as this. You wouldn't feel you'd moved. Well, it's not a bad place. And especially with your new pieces.
Cocktail time, kiddies. My God, you notice the difference between your place and ours now. Mind you, I've always preferred yours. Being in the back hours isn't so light. Your whooping's not as bad as ours either.
Darling! Huh? Kate and George may be taking ours. Cartwright's given them notice.
Oh, because you complained? Well, the old devil. Still, lucky ours is vacant, eh? I mean, it's not a bad little dump place. Being at the back, it's quieter, and there's a lovely view of the yard.
It's got a tree in it.
Come and refresh your memory.
Yes, we'll show you round.
I'm not ashamed of you, darling. I wouldn't swap you for Peter or Miles or anyone. I've even stopped dreaming about Dr. Kildare. Did you know that? Darling, you've got a good, steady job. That's infinitely preferable to these people who take risks and flit from one thing to another. We've got security and peace of mind.
Nowhere to live.
Well, Peter and Nora...
Do you want to move in there?
Well,
It's dark, there's no view, it's completely warped.
Well,
It's bad enough for me going past Jackson in my old office every day, like coming back here and passing my own front door just because we've got a tattier flat.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to ring up Cartwright, try and get him to change his mind.
Oh, yes, darling.
Now, don't put on your proud look, please, darling. I'm not going to be pushing, and I'm not going to be forceful. In actual fact, I'm going to be quite the reverse. I'm working up a nice, healthy appetite for a large helping of humble pie.
Well, save a bit for me, darling.
Hello? Mr. Cartwright? Good evening, sir. It's George Starling here, sir. You were kind enough to spare me some of your valuable time this afternoon, or rather earlier today, and I wondered if you could possibly spare me a few extra seconds now. Thank you very much for that. That's most generous. Well, to cut a long story short, I'm afraid the whole thing was rather a misunderstanding because you were obviously unaware of how fond my wife and I are of this flat, you see. I mean, we've lived here our whole married life. Quite frankly, it's the only home we know. Well, we'd like to go on living here, and who knows, perhaps one day our children may be... no children, no, of course. I beg your pardon? Yes, of course I will, sir. Thank you so much. He's going to check if the flats haven't been let yet. Well, that agent fellow wouldn't have got back here, would he? Push, you can't beat a bit of crafty crawling.
And that young couple could have Peter and Nora's flat, couldn't they?
What? Oh, the couple, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, they didn't seem to mind the wallpaper either, did they? Hello? Yes, sir? That's absolutely splendid, sir. Splendid. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Cartwright. I can't tell you how...
Nora?
Oh, I see. No, that's very fair. Very fair. Thank you very much, Mr. Cartwright. Goodbye.
Come on, darling. George, what's the matter?
Cartwright put an extra guinea on the rent. He's what you call a pusher.
8 guineas a week. Oh, well, we'll soon make it up.
No, darling.
Oh, don't be silly, made the place look drabber than ever. I wouldn't have hung on to them anyway. I just never take a job, that's all.
I think we could do with Peter's drink, don't you?
Oh, it's worth the extra guinea, darling, really it is.
Is it?
Well, that couple said it was a king to the ones they'd seen.
And they called it home, didn't they?